Hello? Hello? Who's out there? Is it anyone? Hello? Hello? You're gonna have to hear Who's me out twice. There? 1 second. There we go. There, loop ended. Hey, DeBess. Long time no see, everybody. We were just streaming a bit ago to go through the Thrones of Decay trailer. And that's a thing. There's a thing that happened. It was pretty cool. I'll comment on that where I can, but we are going to be casting a tournament, so it's not like I'm just going to ignore a game that's in front of me and talk to you about a trailer that's not actually being used right now. We're getting into our first game here. I'll do a little bit more of an introduction 1 second. I'm sending my admins a message about the tournament we're in. Okay. That's motherfucking Quick Head Taker. We're off to a banger start. Let's go, let's go. Welcome to our 51st annual new player tournament. There is a Swiss bracket that has 4 stages in it. Boop. So every player does get at least 4 games in, and then from there, whoever has the most Swiss points or whatever, we'll throw them into a quick bracket to determine who's the winner, unless one person gets 4 wins, 0 losses, and everybody else is struggling or something like that. Then we just have a winner. That's all there is there. Right? Right. Sounds good. For the game 1, to have Mr. Teufel versus Drago. We will be casting some replays from people. If you're playing in the event and you happen to be listening in on the stream, only send me your favorite replay from your games today, and I will guaranteed cast it. We used to do it where everyone would send me every replay, and I'd just pick which ones to cast. But then sometimes I would cast like 4 of one person's game and like 1 of another's. So to try and prevent that, we'll just do, hey, everyone send me your favorite, and then we can still do the guarantee where it's like, if you played today's tournament, I can cast at least 1 of your games. You can show up on the stream and have a good time that way, but also the stream doesn't last forever. Right? Right. But until we get those replays, we still need to entertain you somehow, so we'll be casting some games live just based on who I can find. For game 1, we have Mr. Teufel on Norska versus Drago's Skaven. For Norska, we have 4 Marauders plus a 5th Icehorn Marauder, 2 Marauder Berserkers, Premier Bale Fiend of Fire with Burning Head and Fireball, Throg the Troll King with Just Fight or Die, then some Norskan Warhounds, 4 Marauder Hunter Javelins, and 1 Armored Skinwolf. The other side for the Skaven, it is a wild build. We do have Quick Head Taker, Trophy Heads, Dwarf Gouger, and Stand Your Ground, so it'll be a pretty fierce melee combatant. A lot of globes, just a lot of globes. 5 Poisonman globes, 3 Death Globe Bombardiers, and then a bunch of Clanrad Spears and Eshin Triads and Skaven Slaves circled around with a Warlock Engineer who has Doom Rocket and Flensing Ruin. Love it. Love it. It's a good start. It's a good start to everything. That is very Pog, very Champ. And we're off to the races. Away we go. Did I correctly see correctly we still don't have an exact date for Thrones of Decay? Correct. We do not have an exact date for Thrones of Decay. World War I Skaven army. Gas, gas, and more gas. Ictus Triads throwing out concealment bombs. As they get closer, it will be harder to spot them. Now their summon is out, and their summon is visible, but that might just provoke Norska into using a Burning Head on a fake decoy. Since Warriors cast receive a Nerdcaster hero, how impactful is the introduction of his healing for their faction? That'll be really annoying to deal with. Because right now, if Nurgle wants to do it, they have to get a Lord as a Nurgle Lord. It should open up other options for them. Mostly Mr. Teufel is ignoring the Ish Triad fake. He's just walking right past it, though Throg is going to take the man-on-man duel with Queek, which he will lose badly, especially with Trophy Heads active. Queek's 90 melee attack because of Dwarf Gouger plus all that armor piercing is going to just destroy Throg right now. The purple Death Globes of Death getting a really good volley onto the Berserkers, already almost deleting those entire units. But the Iceborne Marauders are quickly through the Skaven Slaves. And if they can just hold on to their leadership for a little bit, they will get back into the Death Globes, and then the Skaven friendly fire will start to really impact them. Oh, we also have the Miststalkers. Hi, Miststalkers. I missed you. Missed you entirely. A Flensing Ruin out onto the front line of Norska is unfortunately not the best use of that spell. It is much better against single entities than multi-entity models. And here comes Norska's Revenge. A big flank overload plus a burning head through the Skaven should break this area rather quickly, and then the Famir Warriors and the Marauders can get through onto the Globes and shut them down for a little bit. Armored Skinwolves are in too. So Skaven off to an early lead, but we'll see if they can hold on to it, though that is really the narrative of every single Skaven game that's ever been. Marauder Hunters routing off some Poisonwind Globes, and the Famir Balefiend himself is actually getting involved. But man, those Poisonwind Globes are killing anything that has multiple models. And it's a quick game, but it's a very, very close game at this moment, as Norska has lost a lot of their backline and a good portion of their front line, but their flanks are going super well. In the single entity fight, Queek is winning it versus Throg, but Throg has the ability to regenerate, and of course he can just opt out of here as the Doom Rocket goes extremely wide. But Throg, with his superior speed over both the Skaven characters, can just opt out of this and walk away to regen whenever he needs to. The Skaven are in dire straits as all of their globes are being attacked by something, somewhere, one way or another. This one does throw on guard mode, gets a beautiful volley onto the Marauders. Fortunately, hitting their own clan rats a little bit. The Marauders are better in the leadership department than the poor clan rats. As they should be. Still, those purple globes, I mean, they're getting really good value out, considering they're being attacked by a Famir Balefiend. But Norska, you can see they're coming right back on that gold damage value, and that is not what the Skaven want to see at all. They really need to maintain that lead if they're going to stay in this game. And that Eshin Triad is not a summon, that's the real Ixchis Triads, chasing down the last of the Javelin Throwers, it would appear. Queek was stuck fighting some Berserkers, now he's opting out of it as Poisonwind Globes are going to bail him out. They won't do, like, any damage to Queek, but they should knock the Marauders out of here. Bop, bop, bop. Wonder what would happen if, instead of nerfing heal, they give the poison some anti-heal effects, much like fire. That could be cool. Makes fleshy abundance cheaper. Oh, God. Necromancer, why do you do this to me? The Skaven are getting some of their globes to rally in the distance. And globe models, like, they don't seem to care too much about losing their models. Until you get under 10, they're usually still pretty effective as a ranged unit. The Skaven are actually behind in the balance of power, though Armored Skinwolves are going to get knocked out of here soon. And then that'll leave the Famir completely surrounded by two different Triad units and Skaven Slaves, which Skaven Slaves can just help the Triad stay alive for a little bit longer. Queek is, of course, doing great. We'll see if Norse can get a second win. This is going to be really, really bad for the Skaven. Huge burning head, taking out the Triads that were still here. Because now these ones are going to tear her out despite their high HP. Yep, there they go. All of a sudden, all the Skaven over here are routing, leaving just Queek and some globes, the last Skaven standing. Queek's still trying to get a duel with Throg, and Throg's just moseying away. 56 speed over Queek's 40. Pretty easy to get out of here. Globes get a little bit of a throw onto Throg. But Queek's coming, man. He's trying. He's trying his best. And how's the rest of the map looking? Warlock Engineer has rallied for now. See if he can get to safety. Norska's extremely low except for the Miststalkers in the multi-entity department. So maybe if we have some tattered globes left in the late game, they can just push off anything that's a multi-entity model and Queek can fight Throg. But, I mean, Queek's going to have to fight Throg, the Famir Caster, and the Famir Warrior ROR all by himself, which is looking like a tall task. And for what I would consider an extremely meme build on the side of the Skaven, they made it a pretty close game. Just because it was only 5 minutes long doesn't mean it wasn't a close scrap for a lot of it. Throg still treating him about half HP, trying to regen up as Queek continues to just follow him around the map. He's so mad. Please! Please come fight me, you giant piece of shit. As Throg trumble thumps his way away. I know he's a troll and he's huge, but that animation doesn't look that fast. But he's completely outpacing Queek as he just trumbles along. It's so funny to me. I love it. Are you streaming from the new house? Yes, I am. Yes, I am indeed. We got all set up, good to go. We're done moving. Rainy Frog, it's good to see you. I see you're repping the new YouTube membership thing. Did you cancel your Patreon, or are you just doing the YouTube thing? I mean, wait, other way around. Did you cancel your Patreon, or are you doing both? Either's fine, I'm just curious. I did look into trying, I know you know this, but the audience might not. I looked into how to link Patreon and the YouTube community thing, but they were just entirely separate. The only thing on Patreon you can do is just tell your patrons where to find your YouTube community thing. So I don't know. I talked to my patrons on the back end just saying like, hey, if you want the YouTube community stuff, feel free to go swap over to that. I'll try and offer some Patreon benefits, but y'all have been patrons long enough, you know I'm pretty fucking bad at that. Settling with the new job? I start my new job tomorrow. Rainy Frog, you're too kind, man. As we get some brief lag, Poison Globe still trying to hold on and throw at Norskan Warhounds, but they do shatter, and all of a sudden Queek goes flying from a Throg rear charge. Trophy heads is down, though so is Fighter Dice. The melee attack bounces, it just leaves Throg with only 10 melee defense. But we'll see if Queek can even get a shot off as he gets knocked down yet again. And he's back up. And he's back down. If you ever wonder why Queek's bad, just remember it's because he gets knocked over. But human boy, you said foot characters getting knocked over is good. It makes them tanky. It does if you want someone to be tanky, but Queek's meant to be a damage dealer. So when he spends most of his time on the ground, that means he spends most of his time not swinging. Army losses will take out the head taker, as his army has failed him yet again. What's your new job? I will be assessing microplastics in the water supplies for the state of Minnesota, so I'll be a government employee. And if we find them above toxic levels, we turn off that water source, whether it's a river, a lake, or an aquifer, and then we gotta filter the water until the microplastics get down to a safe level. Famir, Balefiend got good value. Throg just stayed alive, which was all they really need out of him. Marauder Javelins did okay. Basic Marauders did okay. They just got the Skaven to rout, which is all you need. For Queek honestly was doing okay. His weaknesses were showing themselves, though, in that he gets knocked over so easily, and he's slower than most things that just want to walk away from him. But when he got a fight, he did fine. At least he didn't lose to Throg or anything. Death Globes did pretty well. Poison Globes also did pretty well. Triads did okay. Warlock Engineers struggled a little bit. And then the Clan Rats and the Skaven Slaves just got murdered. But that's kind of their job. GG. GG. You work for Coca-Cola, let's chat after. Hey, are you putting microplastics in the water? Are you out there putting microplastics in that there water? No, Minnesota has a lot of industrial and chemical companies that can be fine, but also, like, if some of them are trying to skirt the rules, then they have a lot of junk they can dump in the rivers and whatnot. And then sometimes it's not even companies. It's like if you throw a plastic bottle in the river and it sinks, like, you know, say there's something heavy in it, it'll break down over time, super slowly, but it will. And if it happens enough, then you could get microplastics enough that you could get cancer. Necromancer is now a warp fire thrower. Necromancer. I don't deserve such generosity. And I'm very bad at saying thank you, so now I make it into a bit because I'm scared of genuine emotion. Tell him to put the Coke back in Coke? Hell yeah! Archangel. So we should be getting to see Archangel versus McCallum. But Archangel is not done with their round 1 just yet, so we will be waiting a brief moment. I did have some replays submitted to me, so I can cast one of those. I'm just going to let Michael know to still wait for me. But I don't want him wandering off. Go ahead and spend the money wisely on different hot drugs. Okay. Some of our people have already sent in some replays that they said were pretty good. So what the fuck? Where did I save them? Where did I save them? Because I know that I did. I saved them by desktop. That's not helpful. Desktop's not where I need you. Go. Go where I need you to go. That's where I need you to go. Double Exalted Flamer. Good start. Holy shit. It's Zero. Zero's back at it with the Changeling. Okay, we cast Queek and Purple Globes. So that was pretty silly. We'll do a serious game and then I'll cast the Changeling. Dude, Zero's always trying to make the Changeling work. Would you like to stream full-time if I get enough income? Oh, for sure. For sure. I was honestly hoping, because I've been streaming, what now? 3 years? 4? Something like that. I was hoping to go full-time, but then Warhammer 3 launch was just a disaster. And it's been a very slow crawl back. So we're doing okay, but we didn't get the growth we were hoping for. And I knew I would have to leave my last job at some point. Like, Grace and I wanted to live in a different area. So we knew it was coming. It was a ticking time bomb. I really tried to get YouTube to be a full-time job before moving up here. But now we're here. And we'll see. I'm hoping I can still maintain YouTube and this new job. But you never know, right, with a new job. Because my old job... I'll shut up after this real quick, but my old job had a very flexible schedule where I had to get X done in 6 months. So I could day-to-day flex around where it's like, oh, I want to stream in the EU time zone today while going to work that night. Or I'll work some on the weekend so I can stream on this day. This job is very much 9 to 5, show up Monday through Friday. So my only EU streams are going to start being on the weekends, which is going to be a little tough, but I'm going to see what I can do. So no guarantees, but... we're doing our best out here. All right. For this game, Miguel's saying this replay is pretty bad. But you're not allowed. You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that. Every game is a perfect game. Dark Elves have a bunch of Dark Shards, then some Witch Elves. They have lost their Rampage. They now just go Berserk and do some extra damage. We do have Marathi with Soul Sealer, Pit of Shades, Melkoths, and Power of Darkness. Some Coldwell Knights, some Harpies. That's about it. For the Tomb Kings, 2 Shop Great Bows, one of which is Chosen of the Gods. We have some Nakar Horsemen, a Screaming Skull Catapult, Arc in the Black with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, plus a summon, some Tomb Guard, one of which is a Kepler Guard, and then a bunch of skeletons. Wow, actually a bunch of Tomb Guard. Holy crap. That is 5 Tomb Guard and 1 Tomb Guard with Halberds. I wonder if most players would be interested in campaign gameplay. Well, I'm a shitty campaign player. Dark Shards are trying to get in range of those Ushapti Great Bows and push them back, just like you're seeing, but of course the Ushaptis do have a higher range, so they keep falling back behind their infantry and shooting. And the problem is going to come when you get into range of those Coldwell Knights and you run out of Spearmen to hide behind. could be a little trickier. Obviously, you could just layer the spears and have a box formation, but then the Dark Shards can get back into range and keep firing at you, so there is a bit of give and take on how much you can really do. Morathi throws out her first Soul Stealer to poke down a bunch of expensive units. I mean, Tomb Guard and Ushabti ain't nothing. She was taking some damage from Great Bows and the Spirit Leeches. And already with some Dark Shard support, that Ushabti's down to half HP. Not bad at all. Front line of Blackheart Corsairs fighting with Skeleton Spears. They'll win that. It'll just take them a bit longer than they'd like. And it looks like the Harpies are going to suicide dive the Screaming Skull Catapult. Usually that's a good use of their time to kill off an artillery piece like that. What up, Vaniel? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing great. Round 1 taking really long for some people. Yeah, new player tournaments are a bit variant on who does what, how quickly. But we'll get through it. Morathi takes another Spirit Leech, but a Melkoth's counter onto the Ushabti Great Bows, who are focusing their time firing at the Cold One Knights, trying to take out the only mobility the Dark Elves brought. Dark Elves didn't bring a whole lot. They brought 2 Cold One Knights, so if you can get rid of those, then your Ushabti can pretty effectively kite out all the infantry for as long as you desire. Though I'm very concerned for the Tomb Kings here. Betting it all on Tomb Guard and Skeletons and stuff, I'm not a big believer in the Tomb Kings front line. It's fine, but it's not going to, like, carry a whole game for you. IMO. Cold Knights do get caught up in an Arkan summon. Arkan threw some Skeleton Warriors behind them, so they're going to take a lot more attrition damage than they want to, but that first front line is starting to fade. Even the Tomb Guard aren't holding that well against the Witch Elves and Blackheart Corsair Rush, especially now that Murder's Prowess has popped. Cold Knights offering a little bit of help to these Bleak Swords who are fighting against more Tomb Guard. As long as the Dark Shards stay alive, Dark Elves will do okay. Dark Shards have more than enough DPS to take out Infinite Tomb Guard. On that note, however, we only have 2 Dark Shards I can find, and this one is going to get into melee in a second, which could be a whoopsie. How do you feel about Nurgle getting Chaos Knights with regen and Exalted Heroes and Chaos Lords with regen through the Rot Beast mount? Nurgle is supposed to have healing, but hopefully they're balanced in other areas and not just really obnoxious and stupid. Evaniel, we're always happy to help you. It's a massacre. I mean, Balance of Power is still about 50-50. The Ushabti summon for the Tomb Kings is coming out now. The Chosen Gods have managed to stay online this far. This Ushabti does need to fall back, get away from the Dread Spears, but it looks like they probably won't get away before that Crumbling comes to take them out. And those Harpies rallied only to get shot in the face by Scattershot, and they will rout for the second time. Ushabti rear charge onto the Cold One Knights. Getting good little poke damage down here and there, and that's all you really got to do versus Cold One Knights. They don't have the most HP or the most models to really sacrifice that kind of stuff, and some nasty spread shot coming in on a clumped up Blackheart Corsair and a Witch Elf. Doing really good damage there, and this other Cold One Knight is about out of the fray. So while the Tomb Kings do have a fake Ushabti out that'll fade away in its own time, and they're losing their other Ushabti to Crumbling, the Dark Elves aren't looking like spring chickens either, to be honest. Most of their heavy cavalry is about dead. Like, the one up top is dead. This one's been pretty close. 1 Spirit Leech from Arkan will take care of him, but also some Halberds. If the Dark Elves keep these Dark Shards online and maybe kite it out, they'll be fine. I don't think their infantry can kill the rest of the Tomb Guard. Well, I don't have a ton of nice things to say about Tomb Guard. I mean, they can beat this amount of Dark Elves. They'll be fine. Arkan gets close to riding Cold Knights, and then the Harpies come back for their 3rd and final life. Still convincing the Chosen of the Gods just to crumble a little bit, and then they manage to rally. 6 out of 12 models with a lot of ammunition left, so Arkan really needs to keep them online as Dread Spears find their way onto the Chosen of the Gods yet again. Balance power is tipping in the favor of the Dark Elves, and I agree. While the Dark Elf infantry is rather tattered, we do, of course, still have all these Dark Shards. Morathi can throw Soul Stealers down like she is. The Chosen of the Gods are about dead now. Last little fate of Buna and some Blackheart Corsairs isn't going to be enough to turn the fate of the Tomb Kings around. And the Tomb Guard need tombs of their own, so they'll need Tomb Guard of their own to guard their tomb. But then if the Tomb Guard get guarded by Tomb Guards, who's there to tomb? Or for whom? That's about GG. So I'll hit the fast forward button here quick as we just watched Arkan and his summons get slowly poked down by Dark Shards. But I guarantee you there is no way for the Tomb Kings to win from this position. That's a Human Boy guarantee. That's better than a McDonald's guarantee. GG. Good win to Pasha. Noble fight by McCallum. Stoomguard went down swinging. They got decent value, honestly. The Horsemen and the Ushapti struggled a little bit. Marathi did fine. Golden Knights mixed. One did great, the other one did not. Black Corsairs did fine. Dark Shards did okay. That's that. Did you know about that the lore / tabletop Elspeth's Dragon's Breath attack was literally a beam of purple sun? That I didn't know that. Is it going to be bad? Is it going to be bad like Purple Sun? Because Purple Sun is bad. I agree. It also looked rather close. And then it was not. Okay. The round 2 game I was going to spectate. I still don't know where they're at. And some people are mentioning it's taking a while for certain round 1s to complete. So I don't know. Is Archangel done? Yeah, Archangel should be done ready to fight. Michael. They got done 4 minutes ago, so we should have a lobby to go join. I'll be back for you, Hellion versus Zero. I'll be back. Where did I save those other 2? God damn. I saved it to my desktop again. No! Alright, I got them. They're in the folder. I liked joining a lobby earlier that was 3v3 rats only, but it was a 1v1. And it was rats versus Norska. Okay. Archangel versus McCallum. Her breath attack is going to cost 20 winds of magic. Yes. Yes. Yes, Muffin Master. More ideas like this. I actually like that. Like, what if the War Compass... Hear me out. What if the War Compass of Grand Cathay could just cast spells instead of having bound spells? Then why wouldn't I just take a hero or something? Shh. The only unit that seemed like it would be OP is Elspeth. Everything else is easy enough to balance. Darko. I'm not sure about that. I think certain units are just going to be bad. And if they're good, then it's just because they're ridiculously overstated. I know it sounds like an obvious statement, but it's like the Thunder Barge and the Landship. They're fun. They're fun for campaign. They're fun for a meme or two, sure. But I think if they're meta, it's a bad thing because the only way they'd be meta is if they're like ridiculously broken or undercosted or do like way too much damage. But as a unit type, it's just almost impossible for them to be meta. A large, slow, ranged unit. Okay. It's just going to die to a bunch of small arms fire or artillery. Like, look at Chaos Dwarf trains. Chaos Dwarf trains are okay because they're kind of melee. But imagine them as more of a ranged unit. And that's what I'm worried the Thunder Barge and the Landship are going to be, where it's like, oh, I have one cannon. Okay. I just got 4,000 value on one cannon killing your fucking Thunder Barge. I have 3 handgunners. Your Thunder Barge is dead. And if the answer is Because I get this a lot about different units. If the answer is like, well, hold the Thunder Barge very far back until you kill all the handgunners and then move in and sweep up. All right, but if you got to the handgunners and killed them, anything else could have won you the game anyway. If you can win while down 3,000 gold from a Thunder Barge you're holding in fucking reserve, you're gonna win anyway. You know what I mean? So, that's my thought on it. Now, is it for campaign? Totally cool. I'm obviously just talking about multiplayer. Campaign, I mentioned it on the stream where we were watching the trailer, but like, I'm not against the Landship or Thunder Barge for campaign. I think they'll be cool. I think they'll be very fun. But I don't talk about balancing around campaign because I don't think balancing around campaign matters. Campaign's just a sandbox where I go to take silly units and silly armies and have silly fun. I really just don't care about campaign stuff that way, where it's like, when I play campaign, which I've played a lot of it, it's like I'm taking armies that I want to for fun. I'm not really thinking about the stats, you know? Like, I take Queek with 19 Storm Vermin. Because fuck it, why not? I'm not really thinking like, is Storm Vermin a good use of my money and my unit slots? Is this an effective army? It's just not how I think about campaign. So, not gonna have a lot of insight there. Which it's fine if you do. I just don't. And that's where, like, sometimes I get into fights with people where in my comment section they're talking about, like, well, CA doesn't balance around multiplayer. They bounce around campaign. I'm like, no, they don't. You ever played campaign? It's the most broken thing in the world. They don't bounce around it. And I think that's fine. But when you're doing, like, a 25 gold cost increase or decrease on clan rats or Skaven slaves, that's not for a fucking campaign player. That's for multiplayer. Campaign players don't care about 25 gold off a unit. They don't give a shit. Olaf, that would be pretty cool. Can't wait for people to rout all the dwarf ground troops and watch the Thunderbird fly into the sunset. I wonder if the Thunder Barge will be unbreakable or not. Okay. But Legend says Storm Vermin are garbage trash. They are, but I still take them for fun because I'm a for fun campaign scrub. What do we got? Michael versus Archangel. Everybody focus up. Stop talking about fun shit. We're here to talk about video games. 2 Infernal Guard Fireglaves, the Demon's Tongue, Dreadquake Mortar, ROR. Have been seeing a bit more of this guy recently. Then we have a Sorcerer Prophet of a Demonsmith Sorcerer of Death with his heal, and then a Demonsmith Sorcerer guy of Fire with his heal, and then Drazoth the Ashen, butt naked on foot. Hobgoblin Cutthroats on either flank, and then a 3rd Fireglaive in the back. Now, for you astute tournament players out there, you might be like, he has 2 single-use healing things. I thought you were limited to 1. You are. It's a new player tournament. We tend to go pretty chill, but Archangel, if you're watching, normally we limit you to 1 healing, not infinite use ability. It's in the rules document somewhere, but like I said, but the new player tournaments are generally pretty chill, but just FYI for future matchups. On the other side, for Norska of Michael, 3 Javelins, a Deathcast with Fate and Spirit Leech, a front line of Marauders, a Marauder champion in the center, some Marauder Spearmen, and Marauder champions with great weapons in the back, and then Norscan Ice Wolves and Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes on some of the flanks, and then Beasts of Tashnar, Marauder Horsemen, Vanguard. We do have a Chieftain on ground with just fighter deck. Why Drazoth? I think because he had to fill the Lord slot, and I guess he just picked Drazoth for his fire damage and combat stats. I don't know. The train has realized that there are Marauder champions in play, and it can shoot at them with only 14 speed due to its monstrous impact. They are sitting ducks. Can they get back up to speed before it fires again? No, but it switched targets. Meow. Boom. Decent damage on the Marauder Hunters of Javelins. The Fireglaves are now starting to turn and shoot at the poor little Beasts of Tashnar. Taking shots to the face. Now this Hobgoblin frontline is extremely bad. It's terrible. And that, you get what you pay for, right? It's really cheap. But I'm just saying, the Marauders are going to hit it, and they'll barely even stop to deal with it. They'll just keep rolling through. But I do like this. Skirmish Cav getting involved, trying to stop the Demon's Tongue for a bit. They immediately tear her up, but I understand what he was going for there. And these Skirmish Cav will have to end up being melee Cav. They'll have to time themselves for when the Marauders arrive. Then they'll want to jump in and start hitting these Fireglaives. But you just can't use them as a melee. How did you throw your axes that far? Hey! 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 You're way outside range. Whatever. Anyway, when you have Skirmish Cav in a situation like this where you're horribly outranged, you're just going to have to throw them into melee with the ranged units when the Marauders are getting close so that you can buy a little bit more time. But your skirmish, quote-unquote, factor isn't really going to matter. You're just too outgunned. Oh, that's going to be a bad shot. Oh, God, it hurts. Oh, that's pain. That is pain right there in my kidneys. That's a kidney stone. I have a kidney stone. Not related to the stream. It's just a straight-up kidney stone. My God. No, I don't. That was a bit. I'm doing a bit. My kidneys are the healthiest they've ever been. Another shot, but does it kill the Hobgoblins? Oh, it fucking kills the Hobgoblins! Oh, the Marauders are through! In comes the big old monster. Can the Javelin stop it in its tracks? Fate of Buna's out on the Infernal Guard with the Fireglaves, and we still have the Beasts of Tashnar off on the side, wondering what to do for now. Skirmish Cav are in. They're throwing at the Hobgoblin Cutthroats. They're going to have to move in eventually. The Jiffy Jabs probably need to throw at the Demon's Tongue. The Deathcaster is taking a lot of damage, but now he's out of the direct firing arcs of the Fireglaive, so he could be okay as another big Dreadquake shot down the side of these Marauder Champions is pretty brutal. And more Marauder Champions are holding their ground for now. We'll see if they can even kill Drazoth in time, or if the Marauder Champions are just about to rout. Do have some Marauders chasing a shattered unit. They do need to turn around and keep fighting with the Fireglaves. We also have some dogs who need to go fight the Fireglaves. The Camp Swords are getting entirely too much time to shoot, however. We have some rallying Norskins trying to come back to the fight, and a Norskan Ice Wolf that had been forgotten until now. Starting to come back. Demon's Tongue is an awful lot of balance of power. If Norskan gets some good shots on it like they are now, they can really bring this balance of power right back and keep army losses at bay. But the Infernal Guard are still killing things. Now the Death Sorcerer might be walking into his death as he gets cut down by these Infernal Guard. Big damage onto the Demon's Tongue. It should be fine. It has plenty of heals with the heroes that it brought along with it. There's its first Reforge, getting healed right back up. Do have dogs fighting with Hobgoblin Cutthroats, but still, the Infernal Guard and Fireglaves being left online is going to be really brutal. Marauders getting cut down. It looks like army losses is just about to occur. That is GG. Wei, I'm sorry I cannot help you. I'm an OnlyFans Plus member. That's probably how I can see it. Ooh! Hi, Dust Bunny. There is a tourney today? Yes, there is, sir. Yes, there is. The Goblins are planning on running, and they need a little bit of discipline. Damn, son! You're not wrong, but also damn, son. Norska, Marauder Champion meme running straight into the Dreadquake Mortar. That's pretty brutal. Infernal Guard Fireglaves were able to hold off the Skirmish Cav, and then the Dreadquake Mortar was able to kill lots of infantry. 300 kills. Not bad at all. GG's, lads. G to the G. What does T-Rex want? Uh-oh. Oh! I lost some brain. I lost some brain cells there. Oh, did I save it to my desktop again? I did. See, I need to remember the next time I save it to save it to the right place, because then it'll default save the rest. But my muscle memory assumes it's in the default. Okay. I just gotta check this one to see who was winning at a point, because this is round 1 of the tournament, and they got dropped just at the very end. So they just want to know who won this one so they can press on. This is Tomb Kings versus Dwarves. Dwarves are pushing up. Got a good formation, shooting away. We do have some melee Ushapti running up. Ushapti Great Bows and DJ Kotep are firing in, but Kotep's taking a good amount of damage from these Quarrelers. He's going to want to fall back. These Quarrelers are great weapons, damn. Iron Drake's trying to hurt Ushapti. That's not really their forte. And the Chosen of the Gods are burning through ammo. Like, it's fine. You gotta get the ammo out where you can get it. Why do we have 2 miners with blasting charges in the backfield? What's going on with that? Do you have too many range units? Do you have too many miners? I wonder. It seems weird you'd forget those. Ushapti fighting it out with Dragonback Slayers, who are going to make mincemeat out of him, and the Iron Drakes are also supporting him a little bit. Sparkle Stalkers have rallied, Slayers are still fighting against Skeleton Warriors. And Kotep got to safety, but his tree cover is also blocking some of his shots that we can keep seeing them hit the trees. And the Ushapti are about out of ammo. Dwarves are running low on HP. Thoric and the boys, Thoric and the lads, cleaving through some Tomb Guard. So, okay, we know the game is going to crash at some point, otherwise I wouldn't have been watching this, so I do need to kind of be paying attention in case it all of a sudden ends. The Miners with Blasting Charges are coming back to the game, so they were forgotten. They weren't intentionally left behind as like a rule break or something, you know. If someone brings too many of something, sometimes they'll just put it in the corner. This Ushapti isn't real, so it'll go away. How's the rest of this game going? This Ushapti is real, but it only has 2 shots left. Sparkle Stalker has 3 shots left. Kotep has 4 left, and he's on his casket, so he's a piss-poor melee combatant. Necrotect is fine. Yeah, he'll do some good work here. We still do have 2 miners with blasting charges, and they're full blasting charges. Not that that matters. There's not a lot of infantry left. There's not a lot of slayers left either, but there's a good amount of dwarven bodies. And Thoric Thunderhammer is half HP, but he's going to get kited by Sparkle Stalkers here. He's taking pretty big damage. Ooh, and the Ushapti are shooting at him. If Thoric dies, then they have no shot. Really big volley here from Kotep, too. 3 volleys left for Kotep, 3 left for the Sparkle Stalkers, and the Ushapti, and they're all still shooting at Thoric. Okay. Ushapti summon is gone. The Quarrelers are firing in, but the Miners got deleted. Thoric had to run away. Question is, can the Sparkle Stalkers get their last 2 shots onto Thoric and finish him off? No, they end up in melee. The Tomb Kings are up on balance of power, but it feels a little fraudulent because of how useless Kotep is. After he fires his last shot, he's next to useless. He does have a Skull Storm for those miners, though. That's going to be pretty nasty, because that's the last of the Dwarven infantry that really matters. And Thoric is not having a good time versus Necrotech. The Necrotech's blinding him, so it's lowering his melee stats. If the game ends right now, the Tomb Kings probably have it, but it was really close. Miners coming in to get one last blasting charge shot on the Sparkle Stalkers, but they're lining up a shot onto Thoric, and then it drops. I think the Tomb Kings probably had it, because it still had like a full health Ushapti Great Bow. Even though it's out of ammo, it's still an Ushapti, and the Dwarves were just so tattered beyond all belief. Because it's still round 1 of the tournament and we have to assign a winner, I'd probably give it to the Tomb Kings, but that was the closest fucking thing. All right. Sorry about that delay. Just had some people with some questions. We did promise to get back to this, and back to this we will get. Hey, Rusty. Rapid-fire missile units firing an endless supply of pistols. Yatum, that's insane. Is that true, or are you pulling my leg? Vaniel Muffin Master with the manners while I wasn't looking. Is Frostworm the still worst thing ever? Yes. Yes, they're just terrible. Okay, Zero is back on his changeling shenanigans versus someone. Hellion, that's who. I was like, wait, who's the Empire player? Hellion and his Empire. We have 2 Pistoliers, some Empire Knights on either flank. Actually, 3 Empire Knights. We have 2 Huntsmen, Hammer the Witches, Great Cannon, Arwar with magic damage. And then Great Swords across the front line with some Spearmen, Death Wizard, and, of course, Boris Dawnbringer. The other side, 4 Tzeentch, a Chaos Chariot of Tzeentch on one flank. On both flanks. 2 Exalted Flamers. An Iridescent Horror of Tzeentch with Blue Fire and Infernal Gateway. The Changeling, and he can turn into Imric! Alright. And then a bunch of Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, Pink Horrors, etc. Sounds good. Now, I am worried about the Exalted Flamer. I generally don't like it, but I know some people do actually like it after the updates to it last patch. People think it's good. I really don't, but I will be fair to it. This is not the matchup for it, though. The Empire has magic damage artillery that can shoot it at an extreme range and get their value out on it. And while they're doing okay versus the Spearman frontline, that's not worth like a 1,500 price point, while they're just going to slowly die to the Hammer of the Witches. Chariots get caught by Empire Knights in the distance. Most chariots, I think 99.999% of chariots do not want to get caught by heavy cav, even non-arm piercing, non-anti-large heavy cav. I think only Kislev bears, Kislev bear chariots are okay getting caught by Empire Knights, but even then they have better things they want to be doing. Changeling is going to transform into Imric. The Exalted Flamer pokes at the Greatswords a little bit more. Imric does have the Vuvuzela of Doom for his whole army. No. Yes, he does. There we go. And then he has Lord of Dragons. But you are not allowed to spawn on a mount or anything with the Changeling. You can't select his dragons. This is Foot Imric charging in after buffing up the boys. Dragonhorn, to be fair, though, gives Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch 60 melee attack. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. Feral Mammoth or Frostworm worse in your opinion? Frostworm is worse. In the video, I show that Feral Mammoths are actually better than the Frostworm for about the same amount of money. Pink Horror is going to peel off the Pistoliers that are harassing the Iridescent Horrors, and Boris... Oh, that's Foot Boris, too. We have Foot Boris versus Foot Imric. Okay, we take those. Boris is chasing down the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. While the Hammer of the Witches continues to poke him, he's down to half HP already and falling. Empire Knights get to the backfield where they can run down the Pink Horrors. And Tzeentch is about to lose a lot of balance power as that other Flamer is going to get going. The Empire has lost most of their infantry, however. And the Chariot's still trying to be disruptive. They're going to charge the Hammer of the Witch here and there, but it's too late for the Exalted Flamer, which is gone, gone, gone. Chaos Chariots of Tzeentch unfortunately struggling due to the Imperial cavalry lines. And Changeling Imric charging around looking for trouble. Like, the tech would have been cool to see the cultists with even more melee buffs just for those ridiculous stats. Yeah. It's funny that, like, I constantly shit-talk the Changeling, and Zero tries so hard to make me regret it. I will say, I like this little Imric tech on the Changeling. That's pretty neat, and if Zero's in chat, I would be very curious what the price point was for Changeling Imric. I don't love the double Exalted Flamers. I actually think the double Exalted Flamers are much more of a problem here than taking the Changeling. Dude, the Changeling turning into Imric to give the Dragonhorn to Centaurs of Tzeentch? Now that would be awesome. That would be a great synergy. Boris is out here just being annoying. This iridescent horror of Tzeentch, who does throw out a quick little blue fire onto greatswords. Gets a little bit of damage, but not too much, unfortunately. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. After blue fire's nerfs, it finally became just a single entity sniping thing. It's pretty bad against infantry. It's okay, not great versus cavalry. So blue fire is finally brought back into the realm of balanced. Imric's out here. Another Dragon Horn is down. Doom and Darkness lowering the leadership of the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, but they ain't going anywhere. They're just fine with what's occurring. Imric, Changeling Imric still has 3,500 HP. Another blue fire is out from the Iridescent Horror. Pokes down some Huntsmen and some Spearmen. Even hits the Empire Knights. It really did hit like everything in this line. I don't think the Chaos Warriors can hold. They're all that's left. The Empire's rallying some Pistoliers, some Huntsmen. Still have a full health Empire Knight in the distance that's trying to kill off a Chaos Chariot of Tzeentch. And poor Changeling Imric is getting Spirit Leeched. Dual wield the pistols on the following roll. Festooned with pistols. The pirates can carry so many pistols they never need to reload. So it's like my Saltspire in Vermintide. Just run dual pistols all day. Doom and Darkness is cast on the Iridescent Horror. He is demonic, so if they get him to -1 leadership like that, he'll just kill himself off. You don't even have to bother with Spirit Leech. Like that a lot. I think more people need to bring anti-leadership spells versus demons. And you know what? I'll go on record as saying I think anti-leadership spells are underrated. Most of my Ogre King's builds rely on Brain Gobbler, the -16 leadership spell. I always bring Doom and Darkness as Malagor as the Beastmen. Like, I don't know. Abusing leadership is the next healing meta. People are just too caught up in the healing meta to know. For Hellion, he did fine. His Hammer of the Witch is 2,000 value from shooting Exalted Flamers. Really, that's where most of the big value came from. Nothing else is that juicy. Empire Knights just did their job. State Troops did their job. For Zero, Changeling only 259 value because Imric was on foot. He can't show up on his big-ass dragon. Iridescent Horror did fine. Exalted Flamers together are 500 short of paying for one of themselves. And the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch did well. The Chariots did better than I would have thought, considering how quickly they got mucked up in cavalry. Like, they just couldn't move very far, but they didn't die that fast. Pink Horse did fine. Your favorite part of new player tourneys is the builds? Yeah. There's some pretty good Spice Lords in there. There's some pretty good Spice Lords in there. I have some replays, so I'm gonna keep streaming these ones rather than waiting around in lobbies like a chump. We have Dub S versus Zoom. Definitely annoying to watch. Dark Elves walk straight through your clan rats. Yeah, dude. Welcome to the fields. I need to use the restroom, so I will go do that and pause the game for sure. I'm gonna pause. I'm not gonna do anything silly. All right, Hydra, go! Go! I'm back! I'm back! What did the Hydra do? Did it do stuff? Did it do things? What's happening? What's happening? What's going on? All right, we're just gonna have to cast from in the middle of this. Crows of Cain for the Dark Elves moving in. We also have some Hydras, Witch Elves, Dreadspear frontline with some Dark Shards. Looks like the High Elves are diving the back line of Dark Shards with their Dragon Princes, but those armor-piercing missiles are making them regret it already. Supreme Sorceress Dark in the Sky with Soul Stealer being the Soul Stealer lady that they are. But we have Lariel the Radiant to heal up all the Dragon Princes, who once again are cleaning up the backline of Dark Shards, though it is taking them a little bit longer than I'm sure they would like to finish it off. We also have Illyrian Reaver Archers, Lothran Seaguard, and White Lions of Krace. Boom, done. Dark Riders and Cold One Dread Knights are on the backfield. They do need attack orders, so they got to get moving in there. We need more clicks and faster clicks here from the Dark Elves. For the High Elves, we're getting some good cycle charging. Yeah, really good collapse in on the back line there. Now, I guess if I had to offer criticism, both Dragon Princes don't need to be moving together like this, but the actions they're taking are good, so like I won't complain too much, it's fine. Hydra's going to be a good disruptive force. Does it have all of its breath attacks? Yes, it does. Breath attack down this line, this line, this line. Breath attack, breath attack, breath attack. Come on, come on, come on! God, Joy, you're right there. Oh, it's just right there. God damn it, he's not going to do it. Fuck. All right. Well, I'm disappointed my day is ruined, but I guess aside from that, I'll manage to rally. Now, the Dark Elves are going to have to use both of their big breath attacks to clear out all this stuff. Looks like the Dragon Casters used one of hers, which is quite nice. But the High Elves are good and clumped, and High Elves are already a faction that are great to breath attack because of their tight formations and long lines. So the Dark Elves, if they're going to win or lose this game, it's on the back of those breath attacks, honestly. If you're just going to stat check the High Elves like this, Dark Elves will probably lose it, considering the state of the game. Hydra, really good rear charge, terror routing off both of these guys, however. Both sides playing pretty well around rear charging and hammer and anvil tactics, so good to see, lads. Both of you doing well. You forgot Hydras have a breath attack? How could you forget? Quick breath attack from the Sorceress, but Dragon Princes were getting away already, so they didn't really take that much damage from it, unfortunately, for the Dark Elves. Dark Shards have rallied, and plus a big dragon landing on the White Lions of Krace is going to mean death for these poor little High Elves. But they'll fight honorably back. These are chosen of Assyrian, for gosh sakes, they're not quitting without a fight. The High Elf backline is in massive disarray, and I'm very concerned about this. Both the Fireborn and the other Dragon Princes are getting stuck in a fight with Cold One Dread Knights and then Dread Spears. And while they outnumber and out-health the Cold One Dread Knights, their non-armor piercing versus the armor piercing of the Dread Knights, who are also being affected by their murderous prowess, will overall be a good trade for the High Elves. But actually, Dark Elves, sorry. The Dark Elves are actually opting out of it. Their Cold One Dread Knights are getting away from here. Which, I understand the inclination to want to keep your high-priority units safe and sound, but also, suicide those fools! Kill them into the Dragon Princes, it's all that matters! Soul Stealer, counteracted by Novacaster Earthblood, just trying to damage Alariel a little bit. The Dragon Princess will go and catch the Dragon Lord all on her lonesome, but she's not really so lonesome. There are a bunch of Dread Spears, though I wouldn't put it past the Fireborn to just completely overlook the fact that there are spears here due to being pompous assholes. 'Cause they're assholes! But sir, why would they do that? That seems to benefit you in every way. 'Cause they're assholes, that's why. Rick and Morty quote. I'm cool. I'm hip. I know what the kids are into. Kids are into Rick and Momo. Illyrian Reaver Archer's getting some good poke onto the Supreme Sorceress of Dark. She's unshielded, has 90 armor, but still can take a lot of damage from that, and the Fireborn do have her surrounded now. Lariel is getting a lot of damage out here. It looks like the Halves are going for a Desperation Lord Snipe, trying to break the back of the Dark Elves, but there's still a full health Hydra. There's a lot of infantry that is rather healthy, and I think I saw some Dark Shards flying up and over the shot. No, it's Lothran Seaguard and Illyrian Reaver Archers. So at least the High Elves do have the mobility advantage, and they have the ranged advantage. Maybe they can cycle charge their way to victory in the late game. They are completing the snipe on the Supreme Sorceress of Dark. Something just got popped for somebody. Faz protection onto the Fireborn. Can another Soul Stealer come out? There it is. That might just save the game for the Dark Elves, as this lady will not die, and she will hit everything the High Elves have left with that one Soul Stealer. Now, it won't, like, delete them. It's not like an overcasted Final Transmutation or anything, but still, it's good poke onto all of their units while healing up your most important one. It's probably going to break the back of this game. Sorceress of Dark is routing. Illyrian Reavers, if microed correctly, can stay underneath her and just chase her off the battlefield, though it is hard, because you can't just give them attack orders and leave it alone like you usually can, because she's flying and they're not, but we'll see. Maybe the High Elves are up to it. Crows of Cain heal cap is approaching. Coldwind Dread Knights, still very healthy, considering. Like, they're such an elite unit that this is considered healthy. And wow, alright, Supreme Sorceress of the Dark just rallies. That's fine. Even throws down a breath attack to show how little she cares for the Illyrian Reaver archers that were following her and shooting at her. Sick reference, old timer. Guess you are hip. I am hip. I have two. I have 2 hips. I stole some hips. Anyway, Dragon Princess and Alarielle. Alarielle's trying to stall for time and heal them and herself up, but the Dragon Caster's like, fine, stall for time. See what happens as the Soul Stealer's going to hit all of them. Just all of them. All of them get Soul Stealered. She gets health back. They lose health. Stonks. Dark Riders do get a free charge on those Illyrian Reaver archers. They didn't have a lot of ammo left on them, but still it's going to be good. And this is the big charge of the Dark Elves. Coldwind Dread Knights saturating into this area. And do you have any more breath attacks? I feel like you've used all of your breath attacks. Yeah, you have none. But still, landing on these Dragon Princes could be pretty brutal. It looks like she is going for just that as the High Elves try and retreat. There's not a lot left. I doubt they can get through a full health Hydra. I doubt they can get through all these Dread Spears. I doubt lots of things. Final Star of Avalorn trying to heal up these guys, but they're all heal capped at this point. Alarielle just gets dove on and deleted. GG to the Dark Elves. What does opponent points mean in the sign-up table? Some people like to break ties through math, like nerds, where it means if you had 3 wins and they had 3 wins, but they beat higher ranked opponents, they get more opponent points, so that means their 3 wins meant more than your 3 wins versus scrub noobs. But I don't really operate with that too much. Dude, there was so much healing on the High Elf roster. Look at these values. 4,100, 900, 1,700, 600, 1,200, 800, and then 900 again. 900, well, almost 1,000 over there. Dark Riders paying for themselves. All the Dread Spears paid for themselves plus some. And it's just like, how did your whole army pay for itself plus some? Oh yeah, you were fighting like 1.5 High Elf armies. White Lions did okay. A lot of them Sea Guard got mostly butchered by like the melee-focused Rush of the Dark Elves. And the Illyrian Reaver Archers did okay. Good cav play from Zoom. But he was just a little outclassed by DeBess. I think DeBess had a better build. And Zoom like played his cavalry really, really well, but he was down a bit from build phase. There's a reason you don't see a lot of Alarielle, and it's because when everyone can heal cap 500 units without much effort, Alarielle's not special anymore. She used to be like the healing lord. Like, I want healing. Alarielle can heal the shit out of things. But now, like I said, everything heals the shit out of things. So why would you spend the extra money on Alarielle when you could just get like a life mage that's cheaper and honestly better at it? Regrowth is better than Earthblood and Star of Avalorn spam. So yeah, Zoom's build was cool, but just not up to the task. Okay. I need to check in on the bracket real quick. As far as the tournament goes, if you care, most people are done with round 2. Round 3 is about half done. Just so everybody knows. I'm saving up some replays people have sent me. And we'll keep on keeping on. Do you think Star of Avalorn would be fine as it is if every other healing spell got nerfed? Yes. Because it's a teeny tiny little area of effect and it's limited uses and it's limited to a single character, it's for sure fine. Like, certain healing effects being really strong are fine. The problem is all healing is so good and it's so universal that it's just all you ever see, like, all the time. But it's, you know, is different. Like, if Regrowth wasn't a spell that was on every life caster, but was just on, like, a Life Salon, Alariel, and maybe Ariel, like, only the best of the best life casters can cast Regrowth, I don't think Regrowth would even be a problem. But the thing is it's on, I think Life Magic, I did a video on the Winds of Magic a long time ago. I think Life Magic is the third most abundant in the game. I believe Shadows, if I remember correctly, Shadows is the most abundant, then Death, then Life. Life or Beasts is third. So when either third or fourth most common lore has the most broken spell, that's when healing's a problem, not when, like, Alariel has one strong ability. Woo. So yeah, I think Heart of Avalon would be fine if other healing wasn't as OP. What qualifies as new players? Just people that haven't, like, won several tournaments. In these tournaments, if you win it, I give you a Bone Ripper roll instead of a Rat Ogre roll. And that just notes to me that you shouldn't play in any more new player tournaments because you're too good. So, I mean, if you're worried you'll be too good, you can just hop in, and if you win, then you only win one tournament before I go, hey man, good tournament win. But you ain't playing no more. Alright, next game's up. Everybody shush. No more talking. We have Yashkov versus Lamfara. For Yashkov and the Beastmen. It's a bunch of Vanguard, which is why I paused it. We have some Centaurs of Tzeentch with their barriers and armor piercing. Minotaurs with shields, two of them, one of which is the Butcher's Cowl Guard, Brave Shaman of Death, Fate of Demon, and Spirit Leech on his chariot, and then Morgar with both of his Chaos Spawn summons and his natural regen and tankiness. We have some Chaos Warhounds, some Harpies, more Centaurs, Zongors, and Gore Herds for frontline. So, medium tier frontline instead of just pure chaff that Beastmen tend to bring. On the other side, for the Wood Elves, we have two Glade Riders on one flank, and some Dryads and Eternal Guard in the central line. Two Glade Guard, three War Dancers in the back. We do have a Life Caster up on our Eagle, and then a Glade Lord with the Prey of Anath Rema and Arrow of Kurnos. So it's the ranged variant, but it's on foot. And, of course, the Firebark Elders. I say of course like they're in every Wood Elf game. They're not. I shouldn't say of course. Let's go. So the Glade Guard are going to do a little bit of damage on the way in, though it looks like they're just getting through the Zongor's barriers right now, and the Silver Shields will do those guys some serious good. Centaur's trying to squeak through the front line. Those Dryads fight with Gore Herds and Zongors and such. And I'm a little concerned for the Wood Elves. They have one of those builds that I keep talking about from time to time where I say, like, it feels like Wood Elves had 2,000 gold left over they didn't spend. I'm getting that feeling from this build. Not that I actually think they left it, it's just like, oh, your build looks rather small, and the enemy just feels like they win at everything. We'll see. As an Awakening the Wood is cast, poke down the Gore Herds a little bit. Archer's still getting to fire for now. We are going to have some of this infantry pulled up, especially the Lox Tricksters, because this front line's about to crumble, and you got to get between the enemy and your Blade Guard for a little bit. Prey of Anath Rema is down on the dogs as they get stuck fighting War Dancers. I don't hate this. This is kind of funny. If you don't have a lot of shooting, you can use Prey of Anath Rema just as like a net for no Winds of Magic, and then like net down this hyper-mobile dog piece and just let War Dancers eat it alive, and then it should run off the map. They're fast enough. Okay, that was kind of cool. Good on you, Lamfada. Good on you. That was creative. One of Morgar's summons is out. I don't know if it's the involuntary one or not. We'll see as the Minotaurs are still here, but the Glade Guard are going to get upset. Lox Tricksters and the War Dancers did manage to get summoned forwards, so they'll hold the line for now and fight back against the Tides of Chaos. We did still get some Zongors creaking through to hit the Glade Guard, though Glade Guard have impressive melee stats for archers, so they won't disintegrate right away or anything like that. War Dancers charging into Gore Herds and the Brave Shaman of Death. They should win that if the Glade Guard can back up and buy themselves some space. I'm liking it so far. Yashkov is trying to get through that front line. He has broken through in a couple little places. One of his spawn summons dies. He needs to be doing a little bit more cycle charging with these Centaurs of Tzeentch. They're currently just committing to a fight and then staying there, which is not, unfortunately, good for them. They do need to just keep charging or getting advantageous matchups. Butcher's Calvin Guard still fighting, and there we go. The base Centaurs get onto the back line, hit those Glade Guard right in the face, and are going to rout them off soon. Though the other Glade Guard are firing down, and the Glade Lord is going to charge from behind, rout them off. And that is the backline pressure from the Beastmen gone. Harpies chasing around the skirmish cav, and Dogs led away some War Dancers, so a bit of a whoopsie there from the Wood Elves. They need to commit back to the fight a little bit more effectively, because that Bounce of Power is a little silly, considering there's a full health War Dancer way out of position. Minotaurs and Ungor Spears getting through the south area, and I don't know if I've seen this Bray Shaman do too many things yet, but if he could Fate of Buna Loix Tricksters, that would be kind of huge. Which Calvin Guard get Prey of Enough Rainbowed in place. Once again, it's nice that you're poking him with some Glade Guard, but I think this was mostly done for the net, as Loix Tricksters and War Dancers just want to keep fighting with these Butchers for a little bit and get that free damage out. But again, we'll see if there's a Fate of Buna for Loix Tricksters in the future. Meanwhile, Spirit Leech is going to tax the Spellsinger of Life. Glade Guard will be destroyed by the Minotaurs. I really don't see them escaping from this one. Centaurs should finish off the other ones, though. It looks like they're kind of distracted. I don't know how they're attacking two things at the same time, but they did end up doing it. Butcher's Calvin Guard taking a lot of damage. And they don't want to fight in these Loix Tricksters anymore. It looks like they're out. They're out to run away and regenerate in safer pastures. Ha! Beastmen, pastures, cows. I did it. I did a reference. I did a thing. I did a joke. Centaur is getting a good trade onto the Glade Lord. The Glade Lord will eventually probably win that fight, but she's not enjoying it. She's trading down in HP overall. Morgur still has a second cast spawn summon somewhere, and I think it's his damage one. Yeah, it's his involuntary damage dealing one. That could come up in the late game. Minos rolling through the last of the Glade Guard, and they could wrap around and hit this Glade Lord, because she can't escape. The only way she can escape is towards them right now. I wonder if they see that opportunity, and she definitely sees it. She starts to push sideways through the Centaurs, trying to get out of here before the Minotaurs realize they could have killed her off, and it looks like she's going to get away from this situation. Little unfortunate the Beastmen didn't see that opportunity to maybe snipe the enemy Lord. Morgur is getting super close to turning this Eternal Guard into a Chaos spawn. Bounce power is still against the Beastmen. I would agree. I think the Wood Elves are in a slightly better position. It's winnable, but feeling a little rough. Who's on Woodies? Lymphada. Third and final Prey of Enough Rainbows out on the Butchers of Calvin Guard, just trying to stop them from charging into Loix Tricksters. And they are getting shot by the Glade Lord in the meantime. Deathcaster for the Beastmen is routing. Now, if Lymphada's on top of it, he could have his Glade Riders follow that thing off, and that would be a huge pick for the Wood Elves. So I don't see anything moving towards it right now, so maybe he hasn't noticed that it routed. Ooh, and this could be a big mistake. The Glade Lord opts into a fight with all of these Minos. Even though they're not the anti-large variant, they should still be able to mess up a Glade Lord something fierce. And they're getting to fight the Spellsinger of Life. Man, these Minotaurs are super happy this engagement just kind of fell into their lap, to be honest. And then the Deathcaster rallies in the distance. Things all of a sudden going very much the Beastmen's way. As they had a couple lucky breaks they definitely needed. Zuriak the tank, I almost agree with you. Almost. Quick Earthblood to try and heal the Glade Lord. Butcher's Calvin Guard going to get rear charged. The Glade Lord's not taking as much damage as I would have supposed. And there is a Fate of Buna, but onto what? Oh no, it's onto the Firebark Elders! They don't have low enough HP or high enough model count to really make Fate of Buna worth it on them, so unfortunately that is going to just not be a worthwhile cast. Damn. War Dancer's still fighting with the Minos. The Butcher's Calvin Guard do cause terror, so if they get the leadership low enough on these War Dancers, they can just terror out them, but Wood Elves are in fact Elves. All of Elves have pretty good leadership. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. Deathcaster is going to try and take a fight with the Lifecaster on her Eagle. Eagle! Harpy is going to charge down. See what they can get done. Loix Tricksters. Heal cap is in sight. I don't know how much focused healing they're really going to get, but I guess with the Earthblood spam, they've just been kind of passively getting some. Though they might not get any more for the rest of this game. Spellsinger of Life is surrounded. Her Opal Amulet's wearing off in 6 seconds. She's going to start running away now. Looks like she might be able to rally. Morgur's still out here fighting. All of the Minotaurs are getting pushed away. Morgur still has that extra summon. He can't opt to use it. He needs something around him to get low enough that it'll just proc. War Dancers are ITP, you believe? They are. They are ITP. Look at you, Trogdar. Look at you go. Firebark Elders, Spirit Leeched again. As Harpies chase down the Spellsinger of Life, getting a little bit of poke onto her here and there. If they can rout her, that'll be huge. Really, the only hope the Beastmen have is if the Lifecaster randomly dies, and then maybe they can clutch this out with the Butchers and Morgar. Maybe. She does use a quick Earthblood onto the Glade Lord and some Cavalry. Not onto herself. She gets a little bit of that Lifeblood passive, but it's not enough. She gets recharged by the Harpies. She will get pushed off the map. I don't think anything can save her at this point. As finally Morgar's last summon comes out. Spawn her in. The last dance of the Beastmen. Quick little chariot charge through some of the War Dancers. Get some decent damage down. But they're going to have to Spirit Leech spam the Glade Lord or Fate of Una Loix Tricksters. Oof. Losing the Butcher's Calvin Guard is pretty brutal. And I think the bounce power is a little inflated towards the Beastmen. Mostly because they're summoned, but also Morgar is not that worthwhile of a combatant. Spellsinger of Life, trying to get away from the Harpies and rally. She is faster than them. Could she actually get away? Nope. There's a Spirit Leech onto the Glade Lord, who is taking significant damage from that and the Chaos Spawn. She'll live for now. War Dancers actually rout. The British Shaman of Death has to get out of here, and if you get one, maybe two more Spirit Leeches on the Glade Lord, you could kill it. And then, like, you try and just leadership shock the Wood Elves down, I guess. But that doesn't seem too likely. The Wood Elves even have some archers who are rallying. The Firebark Elders are, like, half HP. Low Extractors are fine. I think the Beastmen are doomed. The Men of Beasts. Alrighty. Catching up on some messages. Everybody is done with everything up until round 4, and round 4 is still in progress. $2,000 value on Yashkov's Deathcaster. His regular Minotaurs actually got much more value than the Butcher's Calvin card. Centaurs did fine. Centaurs of Tzeentch unfortunately just opted into the frontline fight and then died. Dogs got killed, though one of them got netted, to be fair. Pretty good game. Lemfada, oof, low Extractors with a 2,400 value. War Dancers also did pretty well overall. Glade Riders with their bows did well. Dryads did great. Glade Guard did great. GG, close game. Close game. Didn't I just save that one? Wait, I thought I just saved that one. I guess not. Guess I'm just stupid. Cast one more and then see where the bracket's at. We haven't cast any of Guillaume's games yet, though it is Bretonnia. I'll cast his... Yeah, and that also has Aecold and a bunch of Halberds. I'm going to pass on that one. But I'll cast this one. Sure. Khorne versus Empire. Guillaume on the Empire. Hellion on Khorne. Hey, Black Knight. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing well. I wonder if the uptick in viewership is due to the Thrones of Decay trailer. And this just isn't about the Thrones of Decay, so people are joining and then leaving. Maybe. Alright. Triple War Wagons for the Empire. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. War Wagons will soon be out of the meta because soon they'll have restocks, so they'll have even more ammunition. Then a bunch of spearmen, swordsmen for the state troops, some Empire Knights, and a Demigryph Knight with halberds. We have a life cast with regrowth and earthblood to support Carl Franz, and then 2 outriders, grenade launchers. Thankfully for Khorne, these are Chaos Warriors, and their heavy armor will protect them against the grenades. Now for the rest of Khorne's army, we do have a Marauder and Chaos Warrior mixed front line, some Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes on the flanks, a Skull Crusher, and a Chaos Knight, Chaos Furies, and Valkia. Cool. Solid Khorne build. I actually have been getting back into Khorne Chaos Warriors. I don't think they're like the best unit in every single matchup or anything, but they're decent. They're decent at holding the line, especially in Chaos versus Chaos type matchups. I use them versus Slaanesh, I use them versus Nurgle. Chaos Warriors of Khorne can do alright. Turns of delay. War Wagons are going to struggle to keep up with the fucking land ship. Woo! I disagree. I think the land ship's going to be ass, and the War Wagons will still be amazing, but sure. Our riders trying to support Franz. Again, the heavy armor of these Chaos Warriors of Khorne, just ignoring the grenades entirely. And in comes a really good pincer attack from Khorne, using these Chaos Furies on the War Wagons. Coming in from both sides of the War Wagons, they'll have a harder time pulling away to safety. They're still going to pull away to safety, and they do lose some HP on the trade. Empire Knights were here to block some of the damage. We do have Skull Crushers of Khorne coming in to fight with those Empire Knights, but if the Chaos Knights also commit to this blob fight, that is too many assets in one area, and they're just going to get in their own way. The War Wagons will escape, and unfortunately it is a missed opportunity for Khorne overall. Chaos Fury is about to start Demonic Instability crumbling from above half HP, because Demonic units are doing fine and don't need any buffs at all. Bye, Chaos Furies. Goodbye. Valkia is chasing around the War Wagons, trying to get a good shot in here and there. She won't take as much damage as some other sources from them, but Chaos Knights are taking an awful lot of damage from everything. Franz and the Empire Knights and the Demigryph Knights with halberds super buffed up by the Reichland Runefang and Standard Ground, which just wore off. Skull Crusher's having a bad time, Chaos Knight's having a bad time, and the Empire is just going to push through these guys without much issue. You might just buy the dwarf part. I'm most excited for Nurgle. Nurgle actually got some stuff that looks pretty fun. Outriders grenade launchers being kept online, firing into Marauders faux free. We do still have one full health Chaos Knight of Khorne that's trying to chase down these other Outriders grenade launchers. With the Demigryph Knights with halberds still alive. Ooh, Skull Crusher's getting a good charge onto them, though. Anyway, if the Demigryph Knights are full health still in the late game, I mean, they can kill the Chaos Knights of Khorne pretty easily, though. Speaking of which, the Chaos Knights get a good surround on the Jade Wizard, and they're messing him up pretty good. Only 30 melee defense on this guy, and he is on horseback, meaning he doesn't get the invulnerability of being on foot every so often. Jade Wizard throws a regrowth onto the Demigryph Knights with halberds, realizing his life is probably forfeit. He just gives it up, though the Outriders grenade launchers really punish those clumped up Chaos Knights of Khorne. Now they're surrounded by spearmen and all this stuff, and they're starting to struggle to actually hit that Jade Wizard any further. Demigryph Knights, while receiving their healing, they are on fire, and maybe that'll help a little bit, but for now they're beating up on the Skull Crushers and the Chaos Knights, as Outriders also offer support over there. Franz coming back to save his Jade Wizard, which he will, and Chaos Knights of Khorne trying to get to safety. Khorne's front line did win. They're pushing through. It just doesn't matter versus the Empire. It doesn't really care if their front line wins or loses. Chaos Warriors of Khorne trying to find a different fight. Looks like they're going to deal with some spearmen while Outriders continue to poke at them over and over again. Skull Crushers and Chaos Knights are actually trading pretty well into these Demigryph Knights with halberds. You have to remember that these guys were getting a regrowth earlier, and they started a fight after these guys were already injured, so they're doing okay. Chaos Knights back off, but then lose the plot. Valkia Spear Slop here tries to get rid of some of the last Outriders grenade launchers. Still have 2 War Wagons on that one, 4 and 3 on the others, and a lot of ammunition. But remember, in the upcoming DLC, they'll get restock, and then they can get even more ammunition. In case they ever run out of ammunition, they get more ammunition. Can't have War Wagons ever run out of ammunition, then you might be able to do something. It's fine. It's fine. Valky's Demon Shield to keep her safe from the War Wagon fire, but looks like the Empire has this one all locked up as the last healthy-ish Chaos Knight is dealing with Franz, and it's losing that fight. Other Chaos Knight is about to rout any second now, and Valkia at half HP is not going to be able to put a whole game on her back. I mean, even Franz could just 1v on her. Yeah, that's GG. Poor Khorne. For Guillaume's Demigryph Knights of the Halberds did amazing. War Wagons did okay. It was really the grenade launcher show, though. Those guys did incredible amounts of value. And then the state troops had to just hold on to life as long as they could. For Hellion, Valkia was doing pretty well. Skull Crushers got one good engagement, but the Chaos Knights of Khorne really did not offer too much, unfortunately. That is a pattern with them. I don't know why. I don't know who decides it or what's the difference, but I feel like Chaos Knights of Slaanesh and Khorne just don't perform the same as the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch and Nurgle. And I know the easy through line there is healing, but I feel like even without healing, my Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are still always useful. While Chaos Knights of Khorne feel like they have issues connecting with things. Like, their charges don't feel as impactful, especially on unbraced infantry. But then, like, Chaos Knights of Tzeentch can roll bitches. I don't know. It's entirely a feel thing. I have no stats on this, but it just feels like Slaanesh and Chaos Knights of Khorne are made of different stuff than the Nurgle and Tzeentch ones. Furies unfortunately sucked and died like they usually do, and Modern Horsemen Throwing Axes did okay. Land ship. My blood sugar's low. I need caffeine and energy, otherwise my casts are going to be lame. Lamer than usual. I'm very lame already. Ooh, Parry Post. I don't get to cast a lot of his games. We gotta get some Renner in here too. Debes in 0. Parry Post in 0. Chan Pasha. Yeah, we got some good games sitting here. We got some good games, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, though. I need a sneaky snack. Alright, I'm back. I normally wake up at 8. And today I woke up at 5 to run some errands for my job starting tomorrow. So I'm a little off kilter. Zirak the tank, good for you, buddy. Good for you. I'm glad. I'm glad you're edging. Parry Post versus Zoom. Our first Greenskins of the day. And he is using the new hotness. Since the Rampage update, Night Goblin War Boss is... Honestly, I think he is definitively the best Greenskin Lord. I don't think there is an argument for any other Greenskin Lord. He's just so good. He has his own net. He has a Rampage. He has pretty good buff spells. And his HP point is low, that's fair, but he is really cheap. So he's just amazing. I probably wouldn't take him with literally everything. I'd probably cut the Potion of Foolhardiness and get back here. I don't like the Boss's Loons. I feel like they're a little meh. But some people really like them. That one's more up for debate, but I think the other two you could cut without much issue. You have a Goblin Big Boss with all of his abilities as well, and then a River Troll Hag with only 2 spells. Okay. I was getting a little worried If she was going to have every spell, then I was going to have the talk. But since she doesn't, I don't have to have the talk. You never want all of the spells, is the short version of the talk. Orc Barbarians and Broken Tusk Mob, the Moon Howlers and Morgan's Ranger Marauders, so both of the ROR Goblin Wolf variants. Squig Herds, Orc Boys, Orc Auror Boys, and a front line of Orc Boys and Orc Biggins. Cool. Why I paused it is over here. We have Death Creepas in the distance, and the AP Gloons setting up for a flank that they will never get to commit. On the other side, we have Lost Sylvan Knights ready to absolutely destroy the 8-peak loons on the charge. They are not going to get their Fanatics cast off. I guarantee it. They're fucking dead. 2 Glade Riders with Hagbane Tips, 2 Deepwood Scouts, another Glade Rider in the distance, 5 Dryads. Orion! King of the Wild Hunt! On the front line with his Cloak of Isha for healing when he gets super, super low, and then his Hawk's Talent. And we do have a Life Caster in the little background with Waking in the Wood and Earth Blood. I have a ping as an important right now. Alright, let's do this. Great Stag Knights start off, and they're immediately into the AP Loons, but it looks like they didn't have attack orders onto them. They just walked into them, so they didn't get that massive impact damage we're used to seeing. And now they're actually going to want to back off before those spinning loons go through their ranks. Because Lost Sylvan Knights, I mean, they're expensive. The armor piercing won't matter because they're ethereal, but still, you don't want spinning loons to go straight through them. Oh, there's some Wild Riders too, but everybody's clumping up. Can 8-peak loons get their cast off before they get too low on HP? Because if they do, that'll be huge value, like, no matter where they throw it at this point. The Wild Riders are opting out before anything terrible happens to them. It looks like we might not get the loons cast, but it was a little closer than I expected. Orc Boys already losing to Dryads in the front line, though I imagine it's due to Deepwood Scout support, much more than just Dryads slamming them down. And the 8-peak loons have not used any of their vortexes yet, and they're running out of time before they're just too low on HP. Orc Auror Boys might get under attack by Dryads, but they are a pretty good hybrid little unit. They can hold their own decently, especially if WoW is being popped anytime soon. Moon Howlers could chase down the Glade Riders, but it looks like they have other things they want to do. They are causing fear, though Dryads are immune to fear, since they themselves cause fear. Orion is fighting a 2v1. He's getting... They need stabbing right now. Look at all those bonuses on the Goblin Big Boss. He has 64-72 for melee stats from a fucking goblin, and he is massacring Orion! Look at the Big Boss go! Go, Big Boss, go! Go, Big Boss, go! 700 value, he's already paid for himself as he fucking runs down Orion! Go, Big Boss, go! Go, Big Boss! He doesn't give a single shit! Orion's trying to heal up with his Cloak of Isha. He's running away, he's trying to get out of here, but a Spirit Leech is gonna hit him in the back of the head, too. We need some Wild Riders. We need some Lost Sylvan Knights to come peel for Orion as he's down to 50 HP and falling 29-5, and he's dead and he's gone. The Wood Elves lose the King of the Wild Hunt. No. Lost Sylvan Knights charging in. They should do fine in this engagement. The Broken Tusk Mob are in a bad spot, so are the heroes. So we'll see if the Wood Elves can turn around and counter Lord Snipe the Greenskins. It's way more worth it for the Wood Elves. Greenskins need their Lord much more than the Wood Elves need theirs. Death Creep is just harassing Spellsinger of Life, who's trying to stay alive for now. Deepwood Scouts getting run off by the Moon Howlers, but the Greenskins seem to be in a good spot. It's all determined on how this fight goes. Deepwood Scouts are fermented fungi, so they can't get away. The Great Stag Knights tear routed off the Broken Tusk Mob. Might even be a natural route soon, we will see. But they really need to keep on the pressure. They need to not disengage from this very winning situation. They need to kill that Night Goblin War Boss if they're going to have a chance. Actually, everything they need to kill is right here. If they can kill all 3 heroes, then there's no Fate of Buna to kill the Lost Sylvan Knights, and then the Greenskin Lord's dead, so you could tear out the rest of the army. But they're opting out. I have to say that this is a mistake. I won't be too much of a shitter about it, but there we go. Now they're coming back. They really, really, really have to abuse the fact that the Lords and the heroes of the Greenskins are way out of position. And to get in there, they need to kill them. Terror Route is in on the Goblin Big Boss. Takes a nasty shot to the face. Now, while this guy is on his Squig, he is ITP, like all Squig Hoppers are, but he can still naturally route, or he can die. And some of those options are becoming increasingly likely. Tormentor's Sword going to net the Lost Sylvan Knights in place as the Night Goblin War Boss tries to get his way out of here. A quick little heal is in to try and save him, and the boss's loons go through. All these units don't do too much damage, though, because they were kind of casting the other side of them. It is difficult to get those guys to cast, like, right on top of yourself. Night Goblin War Boss still clinging to life for now. As I say that, he's thinking about leaving. Orc Borbigans charge back in, get back here, gives them all a little bit more stats, and the Lost Sylvan Knights and Wild Riders are kind of doing that thing sometimes where it feels like they just clump up and don't really get good attacks off. Somehow the Night Goblin Warboss is proving tanky in there, and everything's starting to rout. Spirit Leech is even dedicated to the Lost Sylvan Knights. And that might just be GG. It looks like the Lifecaster is also doomed. It was a good attempt from the Wood Elves to claw their way back in the game, but looks like it was too little too late. Shiggy Diggy, you're forever cursed to be 2-2 in the Swift stage. Hey, that means you just get to keep playing new player tournaments with us. You get to keep hanging around. Spread out, but good value on the Greenskins. Didn't talk much about the Orc Auror Boys or the Orc Boy front line. There was way too much going on in the flank fights, but looks like they did pretty well. Night Goblin Warboss and his big boss friend, they did really, really well. That was cool. That was a cool snipe onto Orion. The Cav of the Wood Elves did very well. Orion got killed immediately. Deepwood Scouts also got run down pretty quick, and Dryads did okay. But it was really the Cav of the Wood Elves versus the single entities of the Greenskins, plus a winning front line just slowly pushing them down. So, good game. Good game. Some exciting stuff. I got to check in on the bracket. As far as I know, there's only 3 games left in the bracket. 2 games left in the bracket, maybe. So Renner is me, and Power Chan is TBD. Pasha has 3 wins. Okay. So you people can see what I'm doing and not be left in the dark. We got to figure out some winners here. Archangel got a perfect 4-0. Sexy Boy got a perfect 4-0. Guillaume 3, Lymphata 3, Peripost 3, Edgelord 3. Edgelord is fighting power right now, so Edgelord could have a 4. I gotta check in on these other 3s. Because it looks like the only thing that matters is 4s. Because we already have 2 4s, so we know anybody with a 3. Guillaume lost to Archangel, so Guillaume's out. Lymphata. Where did Lymphata lose? There it is. He lost to Guillaume. So Lymphata's out. Peripost and Edgelord. Edgelord's still fighting, so he could be in. And where's Peripost? I'm just looking for a loss. There it is, versus Bongo. Okay. I don't think there's any other 4-0s left that could happen. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking on some things. Jay has sent me his favorite replay. Thank you, Jay. Get that cast. Okay. And then Renner as me. Renner as me is lost. Okay, so the only thing we're waiting on is if Edgelord beats Power, we have a 3-way tie. You only lost to Archangel. Okay. So that everyone knows what I'm typing and who here. Okie dokie. Archangel and Sexy Boy, you both got perfect 4-0. Edgelord, maybe, if he wins his current game. So, sorry, Power just messaged me. I need to see if that's answering the thing. Okay. So, with a possible 3-way tie, we might as well do this. Arch fight Sexy Boy. And if Edgelord is in, the winner will fight him. If he is not a 4-0, then that's that. Sound good? Archangel would be top bracket. GLHF. So our semifinals / finals are underway. We will learn if we even have a semifinal with the result of Archangel of Edgelord versus Power. Cool. Back to the replays while we wait. So let's look for somebody we haven't seen yet. I don't think we've seen Renner yet today. We've seen DeBess, I believe. Didn't Jay send me something? There's Jay. Jay versus Lymphata. Okay. Okay, so we got some good shit in here. We got some good shit, lads. I think Renner is the only name I saw that I haven't cast any of yet. Oh, there's Balrain. I haven't cast Balrain yet either. We just cast some Wood Elves though, so I'll get to that one next. Let's do a Renner game. Which it's just Greenskins, but I suppose it's not much of a criteria. Just making sure we get all the new faces on here at least once. Ooey Owie should have picked Dowie. Did you cast Goose? Goose. No, but he didn't send me anything. I'm talking to the stuff people sent me stuff. Alright, Hellion versus Renner. Sammer, because you didn't play today. For Hellion and the Tomb Kings, we have a Skeleton Spearman and Tombguard Halberd, very wide front line. 2 Screaming Skull Catapults, 2 Shaft Great Bows, DJ Kotep not on his DJ booth, and 3 Nekar Horsemen in a super spread out formation. On the side of the Greenskins, we have Azhag de Slaughterer, Fate Buna and Spirit Leech, Orc Boar Biggins and Orc Boar Chariots, I believe on both flanks. No, more Orc Boar Biggins on that flank. Front line of Savage Orcs and Orc Boys, Savage Orc Arboys and Squig Herds also supporting this, and the Rusty Errors for a little bit of that armor sundering onto the big constructs. Double Screaming Skull Catapults, no, don't the Screaming Skull Catapults are supposed to You're stealing their job. Let them Azhag's currently hovering over the enemy formation, taking a bit of poke here and there. He's going to want to back off. It looks like he knows that as well. I really, really, really like Savage Orcs in these matchups. The biggest thing about how I handle the Tomb Kings, and I'm not the best player in the world, but just an FYI, if you want to know how I tend to handle the Tomb Kings, is like, just get as fast of a front line as you can. Now, when I might say, I wanted to say good, but then people might go like Chosen of Nurgle, and it's like, yeah, you're going to take too long to get through the front line. But you just want to bomb through their front line as fast as possible, and then get the Ushabti running away from you. That's how I tend to do it, and I really like Savage Orcs for that. With a high weapon strength and high melee attack at a low price point, they do really, really well. And sure, you're going to take some damage back as you go through, but whatever. They're undead. They're not going to rout, so you just have to get as much killing power as you can right away. I have a message that I will read in a second. Orc Borobiggins going to destroy some Nakar horsemen on the flank. We'll see if the Tomb King's army passive plus Katep spamming out spells can try and keep them alive for a little bit longer. But as soon as those Nakar horsemen fall, so will the Screaming Skull catapults. There's not a lot to defend them back here. On the other side, a similar story is going down. Husarian's Incantation of Vengeance damaged these guys a little bit, but still, it's going to be Borobiggin favored. Azhag's having a bad go of things. He's already down to half HP, and he hasn't been able to land yet, so he is just going to land while the Shafted Great Bows continue to poke away at him. The Rusty Arrows get sighted, and the Screaming Skull catapults should take them out rather quickly. Even though they're Regiment of Renown, they're still goblins, and goblins are still spooked by even a slight breeze. They'll get pushed away soon. Azhag's getting very low, though I am worried that things are about to turn bad for the Tomb Kings. Borobiggins getting an excellent flank engagement is great for them, and it looks like they're going to bypass Screaming Skull catapults. Much more concerned with the Ushabti Great Bows, and look at that beautiful charge. Now, the Ushabti summon of the Tomb Kings is going to come out and try and peel them for now, but it's not going to do insane, like, immediate killing DPS on these Borobiggins. But with the Nusirian's Incantation of Vengeance over the top, I guess that will be fine. The front line of the Tomb Kings is looking a lot worse for wear, and soon those orcs are going to start streaming through the back line and just harassing things down, while Azhag and his Borobiggins do finally shut down one of the Screaming Skull catapults. The Rusty Arrows are still technically around, hanging in there for now, and they do have a really nice synergy, that armor sundering onto the Tomb Kings. With already low armor, even on their elite units, it helps even goblins get through them quickly. So, I like the Rusty Arrows a lot in this matchup. They're quite solid. Fate of Buna's out from Azhag onto the Tomb Guard with Halberds. Another good choice. It is a very elite unit that you're going to have to eventually kill, but I think that also Azhag is not having the longest lifespan in this game as he continues to get poked down by Ushabti and stuff, so just using a very expensive spell is fine. Tomb Kings are ahead on the balance of power, though. The front line's holding long enough, and these Ushabti have been getting great engagements, just shooting at Azhag most of the game, really poking down that expensive Greenskin Lord. Tomb Guard with Halberd still running around, though we have seen in the late game before, Tomb Guard can kind of fall apart. I don't count on them too much for the carry threat, but I do think the actual carry threats of the Tomb Kings have been pretty well protected. This Ushabti is finally getting dragged down by Orc Biggins and Savage Orcs. It is going to need to kite away a little bit. But Katep's healthy, both the Ushabti still have a lot of ammo, both are decently healthy, and you do have Halberds to fall back on. The Greenskin, their strength that's left is the Tide. They have so many troops left with such high HP bars, but if their leadership dies, then they'll get spooked too much for those high HP bars to really matter. Hold on, I have 8 messages. I need to see if any of them are from our finalists. Nope, they are not, so whatever it is can wait until after this replay. But if the finalists were asking me, like, hey, what's this, this, and this, then I would pause and tell them, so they don't have to wait on me. Ushabti Great Bows falling back. Screaming Skull Catapult still technically alive. Could get back on their mounts, though I don't know if they noticed they got knocked off by Azhag, and Azhag is going to start Spirit Leeching Katep a little bit. But these other Ushabti got away from the Savage Orcs who are currently cleaving their way through Tomb Guard, just massacring those poor Tomb Guard. Go Savage Orcs, go. I love Savage Orcs. My first Greenskin campaign was Warzag, and I just spammed Savage Orcs. Fell in love with them ever since. The Greenskins' leadership is already failing them, and that's with Azhag still alive. If he dies, can you imagine how much worse this would be? And it's like, they have the tools to win this game if they would just man up and fight for a little bit, but that's not the Greenskins, Skaven, Beastmen, Norska way. They just love to run away. Though actually, like, it's not as much Norska anymore. I feel like even Skinwolves are pseudo-unbreakable at times. Nakar Horsemen slowly crumbling as they push off Orc Borobiggins with the help from the Syrians' Incantation of Vengeance. Azhag just needs to put on his dancing shoes and get away from here. We have other Ushabti who are also crumbling. Azhag lands? Okay, that's insanity, Renator. What are you doing? Katep's fighting him, but it's all a sham. He doesn't actually want to fight Azhag. He just wants to hold Azhag on the ground while these Shop to Great Post shoot at him. But you can see the Tomb Guard, who were once so healthy and numerous, really not feeling good. And, dude, I'm telling you, Savage Orcs and Orc Boars and Orc Biggins and all these things, they can hold if their leadership gets its shit together. The Tomb Kings are trying really hard to make sure that leadership falters as Azhag takes a couple more Shopty bolts in the back as he runs away. He's down to just below 800 HP, and some of those Great Bows are missing. There's 2 big hits. He's down to 600 HP. But things are bad for the Tomb Kings. They're not enjoying them whatsoever. The Orc Boys have rallied, so have the Rusty Errors, and they're dealing with all this. The Screamskull Catapult's here, and it's firing at point-blank range. These Savage Orcs might want to take just a second and turn and deal with that, because they're taking a bunch of free damage that they can't really afford to right now. Ushapti are trying to pursue Azhag off the map. He has -1 leadership. He should rally. On Skullmuncher with both of his leadership auras, he should actually fight till just about the end, but it looks like he is going to go off. Nope, rallies with 3. Human Boy's always right. Always trust the Human Boy. Now, if he gets shot once by the Ushapti Great Bows, he will route right off the map, and that'll be a bit of a disaster for the Greenskins. But can the Greenskins even be stopped now? Even if their leadership falters, I don't know if that matters, as Screamskull's Catapult is getting destroyed right now. Azhag has 13 leadership, so it might take more than 1 shot to kill him off. And Kontep is nothing as a combatant. He does not matter at all. And now he's surrounded by anti-large Orc Biggins, Orc Boys, all this stuff. But a nice Skullstorm goes through the middle as Azhag's getting shot at by the Ushapti Great Bows. Is this going to be enough to start a mass rout? Screamskull Catapult is dead. The second Ushapti is dead. It's only the first one that's still alive, and it gets a big shot onto Azhag, who just now got movement orders, but it was too late, and he routes straight off the map. Tomb Kings just skyrocket in balance of power, and while I think that's a little aggressive, you better not army loss him. Sure, you're favored, but you better not army loss him yet. Calm down a little here. Kontep's coming back into the fight, getting shot with archers, but the Screamskull Catapult is gone. Tomb Guard, how are we doing? This one is just about dead, just about to start crumbling. As Ushapti are firing over the top. The Savage Orc Boys rout. All of a sudden, everything's routing except for this Orc Biggin. Oh, thankfully, at least it's a Biggin. They ain't going nowhere. Another Savage Orc Boy is back, but Usurian's Incantation of Vengeance is going to get him routing yet again. And that leadership spike just killing the Greenskins. So it looks like army losses is going to hit soon. Orc Biggins almost getting the Tomb Guard with halberds to start crumbling. But one big volley from the Ushapti Great Bows and then a rear charge from Kontep will be enough to seal the deal. Kontep doesn't even get there before army losses takes him out. And a great game from these two. That was a lot of fun. That was some beautiful stuff. Archangel did prevail. So our bracket, sorry, I keep doing that. I don't know why I do that. I pinged the wrong person. So we have 3, for anyone who wasn't paying attention to that, we have 3 4-0 perfect brackets, and that is Archangel, Sexy Boy, and Edgelord. Arch and Sexy Boy are fighting right now, and the winner of that will go fight Edgelord to determine the tournament winner. Saving some more replays from Poetic Goose and Mr. Toyful. Cool. For this game, to finish it up, since the finalists no longer need me to be messaging at them, Cathay and his... Wow, Cathay actually got a lot of value, considering it's Cathay. I didn't expect that out of him. But his Shop to Hippos did amazing. Tomb Guard held. They're not going to get a lot of value, but they held for a really long time. So, yeah, GG. Renner, Azhag did well. Orc Barbarians also did well. Archers did fine. Good for them. Savage Orcs, paying for themselves. Savage Orcs, good unit. Versus very specific factions, but good unit against those factions. If you know the enemy front line doesn't have high armor, and they don't have magic damage easily accessible, Savage Orcs are the goats. The goddamn goats. Alright, let's cast... What was that other game I was going for? Bahrain. We have two Bahrain ones. One was submitted against his will. It's Guillaume versus Bahrain. Sure. Let's do it. Oh, I just realized I've been streaming in the squeaky chair this whole time. Well, shit. Too late to change now. Guillaume on the High Elves versus Bahrain's Lizardmen. This matchup's been interesting. Since the Lizardmen got buffs, they're definitely, like, a better faction. But sometimes faction interactions don't work that way, where it's like an S-tier faction can lose to a B-tier faction or something. And that feels like one of these where it feels like the High Elves have a lot of good tools into the Lizards who are just overstated. So it ends up being an even matchup. And it's interesting. High Elves have been trying a lot of different things. Sometimes Silver Guard front lines, sometimes Sisters of Avalorn spam, sometimes Kite with Plague of Rust. So it's like... It's one of the more interesting Lizardmen matchups left in the game that I don't immediately go, ugh, Lizardmen. Main sales? I can't stop you, but I can sure as hell try. Alright, for the High Elves of Guillaume, we do have Imric up on his big stinky dragon. Has all of his buffs. We have War Lions of Krace for some mass and some armor piercing. Spearmen to hold the front line down. Talons of Torquelada paired with Sisters of Avalorn. Talons giving the weakness to fire damage. The Sisters providing a little bit more of it. We have one Phoenix Guard in the back and then some Illyrian Reavers for Cav. Though no Dragon Princes means the High Elves won't have that oomph on the flanks. For the front line of the Lizardmen, it is a bunch of Skinks who are already taking a buttload of damage from the War Lions and the Archers. Some Kroxigors for a bit more meat here and there. A Rev Crystal for more healing. One Temple Guard. And then a Death Casting Slann with Fate of Una and Spirit Leech. Some Skink Skirmishers and Feral Cold Ones to defend the flanks. And of course, two Ripperdactyl Riders, one of which is Cohort Waddle. I do like the damage Slans. I think sometimes people can tunnel too hard on the Life Slann. When you have a Rev Crystal and a Life Slann, you just kind of end up healing everything, but then no one kills anything. I really do like the damage Slans. I think it was Wild Platy that used a whole bunch of the metal Slann with Final Transmutation. He made it look really good. Speaking of looking really good, all of this fire damage onto the Kroxigors is pretty brutal, and even if they get a heal, it's going to be cut in half. But the first Fate of Una is out onto the Sisters of Avalorn, just going to delete that expensive unit from existence. High Elves do have their own healing. Can they throw a regrowth on them before they lose models? And Earthblood will also mitigate the damage for now. Really big cast banishment onto the Talons of Torquelada, who are not in line formation, they were in box formation, meaning that spell just hits all of them for the whole thing, and then they try and dodge, and they dodge into it. They just get deleted. They're gone. Oh, God, it's a disaster. They're not that expensive, so it's pretty whatever, but damn, that was a very high-value banishment. Imric's Landing, he's had a tough time dealing with the Colossi Hunters, and then also just getting poked down by Javelins and Spirit Leeches and such. The High Elves are down a little bit on the balance of power. Now, we did get some Kroxigors routing, we have a bunch of Skinks routing, but it looks like the Illyrian Reavers can't be dedicated to the back line to run things off the map. It looks like they're being pulled back to their own lines to try and peel. We do have Phoenix Guard back here trying to help, Illyrian Reavers trying to help, but it looks like the Feral Cold Ones are setting up a bit of a blockade, holding these guys away from the Ripperdactyl Riders while the Ripperdactyl Riders finish their important work of killing the Sisters of Avalorn outright. Jay, you're without healing? Maybe. Get banished or banned. I suck at English. Banished was right. Okay. Illyrian Reaver's still fighting back here, and the Ripperdactyls overstayed their welcome, so Imric throws the Lord of Dragons on him, getting their melee stats down to 5 and 2. as they're fighting on top of Phoenix Guard, which goes extremely poorly for them, and they are knocked the fuck out. The High Elves are starting to claw back towards the middle, even gaining a little bit of ground in the balance of power from what was once a deficit. I imagine they regrowth Imric. Yeah, okay, he's looking a lot healthier. That's where that balance of power came from. Giant charge from those Illyrian Reavers in the background. You see that? Their HP just got shocked down, and then Imric's terror nearby pushed them away. Looks like Croc Scores will be going that way too. Colossadon Hunter's getting a little desperate. They're trying to fight the Mage of Life, but she's on foot. And unlike Queek, you want her to be on foot, because then she's tankier. She gets knocked down all the time. Queek, sure, it makes him tanky to get knocked over all the time, but he's a damaged character, so being on the ground is bad for him. But she'll never die, especially not to Colossadon Hunters. And now we're getting to the point of the Lizardmen I was worried about. Thankfully for them, you have a Death Salon, so you still have some DPS, but usually we get to this point of the game where they have a Rev Crystal, a Life Salon, and then not a lot of stuff to heal. And it's like, okay, what are we going to do? Fucking heal cap skinks? Just saw Fate of Buna come out as one of the players was messaging me, so I answered that real quick. But big Fate of Buna onto the Phoenix Guard. Nice job, nice value there. And both the War Lions of Christ, they've been out of my sight for a little bit, but they're doing okay. Unfortunately, that was an overly optimistic banishment that missed all the Illyrian Reavers and didn't do much damage to Imric, so a little bit of a whoopsie there from our brave Lizardmen. War Lions of Christ chasing some stuff off. The Temple Guard are now here to fight with Spearmen. The Temple Guard do not have very high melee stats. And they rely heavily on armor piercing, which the Spearmen don't have a lot of armor. So the Temple Guard are actually not in a good way right now. And I'm overall concerned for Lizardmen, like I said. They just don't have a lot of DPS left in them. And a beautiful sideways breath attack from Imric. It only took a third of their HP, maybe a quarter. But I mean, they're expensive Temple Guard. So, still probably worth your time to do so. Imric doesn't have his usual insane levels of value yet. So he's going to have to get in there if he's going to put this whole game on his back. God forbid he lets anybody else in the High Elf roster do anything. By now, it's starting to look pretty dire from my perspective. The Salon's still full HP, but he's just a caster lord. It's not like he's going to melee win the rest of the game, so it really depends on how much Winds of Magic he has left, and if he has the time to use it. And he doesn't have great targets either. Most of the High Elf stuff is like very spread out. It's not like he can Fate of Buna multiple units at once. Bounce power is mostly coming from that Salon being full HP and the Rev Crystal, but Imric can take them both out and then immediately have a bounce post to look a lot more reasonable. Looking around, I don't see any crazy Lizardman units left in the distance that I'm forgetting or anything. So Imric should be able to just hit these guys slowly but surely. Phoenix Guard could even get a regrowth or two if they felt like it. That'll probably be GG. Imagine if they had Ska Bloodtails and Mount for Queek. Yes! 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 Put him in a little backpack. Yes! Lizardmen without healing? They still have the Rev Crystal for healing. But just a Death Salon. Just a Salon of Death. Casting some death. Being a Death Salon. Look at him go. Deathing around. The balance power is super fraudulent, though. Like, Imric could win this with his eyes closed. So I will fast forward, as we're going to just have a little bit of a single entity blob fight, but trust me, there is zero hope for the Lizardmen. There goes a regrowth onto Imric. He lands onto the Death Salon, starts slapping it around, and all of a sudden the balance of power is like, wait a second. Wait a second. Is Shady back? Back again? Wait, Shady's back? I gotta tell a friend. You bet Ska would love that. Ska would love that. And if he didn't, he'd shut his goddamn mouth about it because he knows what's good for him. Illyrian Reavers did very, very well for Guillaume. Phoenix Guard did fine. Imric ended up doing quite nicely as well. For Balrain, Death Salon, 3,800 value, baby! Let's go! Ripperdactyls did okay. Temple Guard honestly did pretty well. Basic Croc Scores failing yet again, and I've also experienced this. I feel like Basic Croc Scores got an update. Skinks did fine. Basic Croc Scores got an update back in, like, the fall or something. Not the big one. Not the big Lore Master of Sotek one that came out recently. But they got this thing, and it was like... I made a video titled something like, "Are Basic Croc Scores good now?" And I was like, yeah, they are. And I took them for, like, legitimately 20 games in a row, and I had so much fun. And this happens to me in Warhammer and League of Legends sometimes, where it's like I use the shit out of something, and all of a sudden, nothing changed about it. There was no patch. And it just starts feeling bad. And for me, that happened with the Croc scores, because after I just spammed the hell out of them, I was like, oh, game 21, these guys aren't doing any damage, and they just die instantly. And, like, the magic wore off. And it's still the same, even after the Lizardmen buffs, where their whole roster got buffs. Basic Croc scores, for some reason, just suck. And I don't know why. Okay, let's take a look, see if we have any names we haven't seen yet. I haven't seen Corvus Glaive yet today. That bangs. And then we have Goose and Mr. Teufel. Mr. Teufel was in our game 1, but I haven't seen Goose yet today. Oh, they both sent it to me. Well, I'll cast it from Goose's perspective. Take that, Mr. Teufel. I don't listen to you no more. And then after that, we'll have seen everybody at least once, but we'll still go through some of these games. But I'm going to prioritize people that we haven't seen at all today. So let's do Goose and Mr. Teufel. Mr. Teufel playing Stinky Bretonnia, but he did not take any healing. And he didn't take Hippogriff Knights. So you get some points back. As for Goose, he took Chad Empire, a faction we never see, and I'm sure Sipa is super happy to see me praising the Empire. Dude, Sipa loves Empire. That's the fucked up thing that you don't understand about Sipa, is he loves Empire. When he saw the DLC trailer had Empire and Dwarves in it, he was just like, today's a good day to be alive. Anyway, for Goose, he has the Sunmaker, Marcus Wolfheart with the Amber Bow, and then his Hunter's Snare. We do have some Free Company Militia paired up with Huntsman, Reichsguard for a backfield unit, and then Sigmar's Sons and Spearmen. That looked like a lot of Spearmen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Again, new player tournament, but just going to mention it so that the audience knows, and if the player is watching, if Goose is watching, it's not a big deal. In new player tournaments, we're very chill about the rules, but I will inform you of them. Spearmen and Spearmen at Shields are considered the same unit, so they're limited 5 between them, like any other unit would be. So you have 7 of technically the same unit. Just a heads up. On the other side, oh, and the Deathcaster. I don't know if I mentioned the Deathcaster. Fate Bunin, Spirit Legion. On the other side, we have Lewin, King Lewin, up on Biaki. And then Heaven's Caster with Thunderbolt and Harmonic Convergence. 3 Knights of the Realm I saw on the loading screen. And then we do have a Peasant Tide. Now we get our Battle Pilgrims. One of them's already deleted by the Sunmaker. 2 Grail Relics to buff up Peasants, and then a bunch of Peasant Bowmen and some Spearmen at Arms. Phonetically, it's more like Jama. Well, I speak American English, and so should the rest of the world. Everybody needs to talk like me. No, that's good feedback, Banana, and I will try and remember it, but my memory is not great. Alright, Lewin's just being a bit annoying, being a bit cheeky, wasting the Empire's ammunition and time as best he can, but it looks like, for the most part, the Empire is ignoring him. They're not overcommitting on trying to shoot at Lewin while he's dodging, and instead just going to shoot some peasant mobs. Peasant mobs aren't the most important thing to kill in the world, but it's nice. Just get the bodies out of the way so your huntsmen are under less threat. Marcus Wolfheart does get his Hunter's Snare out, but there's not a lot to punish this right now. Like, there's one huntsman that's even in range. Oh, there's a Great Cannon! How did I miss a Great Cannon? Hello in there, little Great Cannon. Knights of the Realm gonna sneak through. Really good ducking and weaving through from Mr. Teufel to get onto the back line. Rear charges the Sunmaker. He's gonna knock it off of its mounts and save the Bretonnian peasants what they can. But there's not a lot of Bretonnian peasants left to save. One of them's already routing, another one's really close to it, and the third isn't looking so hot either. Meanwhile, Empire Knights and Knights of the Realm going back and forth, but Knights of the Realm are given Harmonic Convergence for 56, 52 melee stats. And even though they don't have armor piercing, never mind, they're getting trashed on. I mixed up the health bars. Yeah, the cannon and the huntsman firing backwards is doing much more damage than the buffed up Knights of the Realm are. Though Lewin is going to land and try and turn this around. The Empire's front line is holding for now, though the very, very center Free Company Militia are left on their own against the Grail Relic and the sweaty Battle Pilgrims. Praise the Emperor, Mr. Teufel, but you're playing Bretonnia. This is illegal. Reiksguard's still taking a lot of damage from fighting with Lewin, but the Knights of the Realm were already killed off, so the Reiksguard did their job. We have some spearmen setting up shop to do something else. Great Cannons aiming over here to help deal with Peasant Bowmen. And what happened to the Sunmaker in the end? It looks like it is dead. It looks like it's dead. I don't even see the crew anywhere. So it got deleted. Other Reiksguard trying to hold back Knights of the Realm. Another Harmonic Convergence for them, but the problem is Bretonnian Cavalry doesn't lack in stats. It lacks in armor piercing. And that's not like making it a weak unit. It's just in a specific matchup. It doesn't slam through the Reiksguard because it needs armor piercing. So unfortunately, just giving it Harmonic Convergence is going to do a lot. But this Lightning Bolt might do a lot. At the last second, the Empire dodges away, pulling the Bretonnians into their own Lightning Bolt. And then a Fate of Buda over the top to just fuck them up while they're down. Ow! Ow! That's not okay. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's... Goose, you and I need to have a talk, dude. You and I need to have a talk. You come in here, bringing 7 spearmen and the limit's 5, and then you fucking do that? You can't read the tournament rules. Page 2. If your opponent casts a damage spell at you, you have to, listen to me, you have to sit still and let it hit. You can't dodge that shit. And then on page 7 it says you cannot drag them into their own damage spell. You can't do that. The rules say you have to sit still and die. Kids these days. Second net was used on the Lewin, but he pops the Lion Shield for missile resistance and spell resistance against the Huntsmen who are firing at his backside. Meanwhile, Sigmar's sons are cleaning up the Peasant Bowmen in the backfield. Now, things appear to be going bad for Bretonnia as those Knights of the Realm we watched get Shrek'd, and all the Peasant Bowmen are getting routed off. But things that are going well for Bretonnia is, I mean, the Empire doesn't have much of a box left. They have one Huntsman that's free and clear and firing. The other Huntsman's almost dead. The cannon is stuck in melee combat. The Sunmaker's already dead, and the Outriders grenade launchers are having issues finding a home. So, I don't know. I think this is still up in the air. But with Reiksguard coming back in, they're going to start rear charging these Battle Pilgrims. That'll be a problem. I guess there's not as many Battle Pilgrims as I suspected either. Out of the 4 that started off, we have 1 left. Oh my god, they're all dead. Because that's one shattered. That one's next to useless. That one's routing. Never mind. The Empire might have this one. As Marcus Wolfhart and the Huntsmen keep poking away at Lewin with a little bit of a Spirit Leech. These Great Cannons, I mean, even if they get back on their mounts, I don't know what they're going to do, but they did their job, right? Great Cannons, please tell me you got good value for once. 325, come on, man! They were shooting up, blobbed up Knights of the Realm like all game. Fuck you. Okay, Great Cannons. Maybe with the Empire update, you guys will get some help. Maybe. Damsel of Heaven's trying to do their best. Now, Lewin did just snipe out the Amethyst Wizard. That is a big win, and Marcus Wolfhart continues to try and shoot him, but if Lewin ever moves, he's going to miss. The Outriders grenade launchers running out of targets to shoot at. They should be going after this Battle Pilgrim, but looks like they're going to get spooked and run away from Lewin, who's hot on their tail. Can they finish off the Spearmen before Lewin gets to him? Ah, trees. Nature's silver shields. Spearmen arms still take a little bit of damage, but this tree's really helping out. I believe we'll have another Thunderbolt in here soon, or at least we should, because that's a juicy clump right there. Grenade launchers reposition. The peasants are out of the trees. Get him! Get him! Get him! Oh god! That wasn't as much damage as I hoped, but it's fine. Big tear-outs coming in. Another net Hunter's Snare, but a charge animation cannot be stopped by your simple net. The cannon is back online. Don't know what it's shooting at. Don't really care. It's fine. It's whatever. As the Empire slowly cleans up the rest of the Bretonnians. Battle Pilgrims taking forever to kill Spearmen with shields. This is kind of why you don't see Battle Pilgrims as much anymore, is they just like lack the DPS to do anything quickly. Their stats are okay, but they don't like get through anything fast. BAM! Thunderbolt! That was worth it. That was worth everything. Grero Leak in the back getting hit with grenades as they charge their Grail Knight back into the combat. Get him. Get him, Grail Leak. I think the last hope for Bretonnia is this. If they can snipe out Marcus Wolfhart, that's it. Humanboy is now my new favorite Warhammer content creator. Who was it before? What is this? What is this shit? I wasn't immediately your favorite? Come on. No, Poetic Goose. More seriously, the only thing you've done so far was the 7 Spearmen instead of 5. I was completely joking about the dodging thing. I was completely joking. Harmonic Convergence gives Lewin even more insane stats than he had before. An Overcasted Spirit Leech. Oh, the Amethyst was just way over there. Okay, it was worth it. Overcasted Spirit Leech, just so you know, it doesn't do any more damage, it just gives you more range. But since he was actually super far away, that makes sense. But some people just overcast it assuming it does more damage. Marcus is almost dead. If Lewin can hit him 2 more times, he'll kill Marcus Wolfheart, and then the Empire's leadership will falter so much that maybe Lewin can carry it. It's looking unlikely as Reichsguard are going to try and bail out Marcus, and Marcus hasn't taken a hit in the last 2 attempts from Lewin. Army losses takes it, and Poetic Goose wins. Trogdor, they shielded, though. Valkanos is better weather reports. Nonsense. Nonsense. I love those numbers. They trip me up. 1189 versus 1198 for the Empire Wizard and Marcus. Great Cannon ended up only doing 550 value. The Sunmaker 900 value, I feel like it did more than that, in truth, because it made all of the Peasant Bowmen useless. Never mind. Peasant Bowmen did fine. Fuck you, Sunmaker. Reichsguard did pretty well. Grenade launchers did okay. Huntsmen did very well. And Empire Spearmen did great. Go, Spearmen, go. For Mr. Teufel. His caster did well. Lewin did well. Knights of the Realm struggled, but they usually do in this matchup. Again, it's just that lack of armor piercing. Their stats don't mean shit against 120 armor Empire Knights. GG's. Just got here. How's the tourney going? Good, dude. We've had a lot of banger games today, actually. A lot of good ones. Round 4, Corvus Glaive, I believe, is the last person I haven't cast a single game of. And then I can just cast these at leisure. So let's do it. Put Corvus on blast. Okay. 1 second. I have tournament finalist things to attend to, so I just need 1 moment here. Thought I saved it. Where the hell did it go? Okay. I saved my semifinal. The final is underway. We'll cast the semifinal next, but for now, I just saved it. Okay. I'm focused. Wait, we just cast this. We just cast this. I'm not casting it again. Marcus Wolfheart, Tower of Hoeth. It's the same game. It's the same game. You're my favorite Minnesota streamer that isn't dying. That's a lot of qualifiers, but I guess I'll take it. All right, for the Empire, again, it's the same replay, so you know what this is. 2 Demigryph Knights with Halberds, classic. The Black Lions, of course. Outright Grenade Launchers, see, same game. Silver Bullets, a front line of Swordsmen, some Huntsmen, same game. Amethyst Wizard, same game. Marcus Wolfheart with his net, and then a bunch of Halberdiers. On the other side, for the Khornates, Corvus Glaive, we have Cultist of Khorne with his Gate Summon. Valkia the Bloody, a Soul Grinder of Khorne, and then some Minos, a Blood Shrine, Marauders as a front line, some with dual weapons, some without, and then Fleshhounds. Alright. Let's go Khorne. I enjoy Khorne a lot. They're a downtrodden faction, but I do enjoy them. As the Black Lions shred some Marauders. You know what Thrones of Decay really needs? is to give Empire and other shooting factions as cool of shot models as like the Chaos Dwarves and Grand Cathay. The Grand Cathay cannons are beautiful, and the Chaos Dwarves like little red shots. It isn't that big of an improvement, but it is an improvement, and it's noticed. So I really hope like the new Empire units get some sexy bullet animations instead of just like, here are gray wisps, which are fine, but like diversity is the spice of life. All right. Khorne taking a lot of damage on the charge, but that surprises literally no one, as the Blood Shrine of Khorne is going to go zooming through these guys. Soul Grinder also joins in the fun, and actually he might tear out those swordsmen rather quick. This could be a problem for the Empire. Fleshhounds of Khorne get a fight with Demigryph Knights with halberds. Demigryph Knights will win it, but I mean, Fleshhounds will do okay-ish, and also they're buying time for this to happen, as the front line completely falls apart on the side of the Empire. Silver Bullets are already in retreat, halberds are already dying, and if you can get to a late game where it's just a bunch of chaff infantry versus Demigryph Knights with halberds, you can drag them into the dirt, especially because the Empire doesn't have a life Lizardman. So it's not like they're super happy to do a late game grind fest with you. Now, unfortunately, we do have Minotaurs fighting without any infantry support, so they're just on top of halberds getting shredded right now. That is not going their way, and Huntsmen are so far kept safe. The Outriders' grenade launchers are chased down by the Blood Shrine of Khorne, who will beat them up in melee quite badly while also regenerating himself up. But here comes those rear charges we were a little worried about. The Mino's going to have a bad time, and the Black Lions even line up to just execute these fools. Point-blank shot into their back, no chance of being obstructed. Say goodbye to your Minos. The Empire's in a pretty good battlefield state. The bounce power is 50-50. I think I would much rather be the Empire in the actual state of things. But Khorne is getting some good stuff done. Like, that top side is an entire rout on the side of the Empire. They're just getting pushed away. These Halberdiers did die, and now you have your Bloodletter summon out. Maybe the Bloodletters can rear charge as Demigryph Knights or something, but we still have a very healthy Lord, a healthy caster. We still have the Black Lions with a good amount of ammunition, and both Demigryph Knights are doing fine. I would rather be the Empire. But, yeah, if these Bloodletters get moving and the Demigryph Knights don't get orders to move away, they got orders to move away. Anyway, Bloodletters now at this point are probably not going to be able to find a target. They'll just get kited out for the duration of their summon, which they were pretty slow on getting orders. I won't sugarcoat that. But they only have 30 seconds left, and the Demigryph Knights are all just going to opt out of here, leave these guys behind. So unfortunately, the Cultist summon comes up to nothing. Another Spirit Lich on Valkia. Don't know if she has Demon Shield up to block some of it. And the Demigryph Knights do take a lot of damage as the Minos of Khorne are kind of kicking their ass. And the Black Lions are busy trying to kill off a Soul Grinder that is surrounded by Demigryph Knights with halberds. I guess that's fine. And a whoopsie-daisy Spear Sloughnir comes from Valkia, just entirely whiffing. They're going to want that one back, but a really good fight here with the Demigryph Knights. Unfortunately, the Bloodletter summon has faded away. And everybody's after Marcus now, but Marcus is nearly impossible to kill. Meanwhile, only 5 ammunition left on the Black Lions. They need to prioritize the Minos, yeah, and they are going to shoot at them now. Great target selection there, with the last of your ammunition from these guys. The last Demigryph Knight is also fighting out with these Minotaurs, and we have Huntsmen in the distance that need to turn around and fire. This needs to be an all-hands-on-deck, kill the Minotaurs of Khorne before you run out of gas. Because the Black Lions run out of ammo and the Demigryph Knights are dead, the Minotaurs can just run shop over the rest of the Empire army, so this has to be the moment that the Empire kills them off. Huntsmen are accidentally shooting some Marauders, but that is definitely an accident. They do need to turn around and actually focus up. Marcus Wolfheart gets sniped out by Valkia and the Cultist. The Swordsmen and Halberds are piling around doing what they can. Demigryph Knights get a heroic charge in on the Minos of Khorne, who have all the stats in the world, but not the leadership to keep them fighting. No Tier 2 army ability to make them unbreakable. The Empire's Lord dies. Outriders Grenade Launcher still kiting it out. The Black Lions still have 3 shots left, and they have successfully taken out the Minotaurs of Khorne. Can they finish it out? The Blood Shrine might need to be the next target. If you just have infantry in the late game, the Blood Shrine can cycle charge and heal its way to victory. Black Lions are going to use some more shots on the Minotaurs of Khorne. This is okay. It's not bad target selection. I think it's like not perfectly mathematically optimal, but it's not bad. He's had pretty darn good targets the whole game. Yeah, 3,100 value. Yeah, he's had good targets all game. I think you could do a little better with the War Wagons. You only have 3,000 value on them, guys. I mean, come on. 3,200, 1 volley left, and he is shooting at Valkia and the Blood Shrine off and on, so all good targets. Now those guys are just half-assed melee chariots. Outriders grenade launchers get caught briefly by the Marauders of Khorne. They are going to ride away. They have tons of ammunition if they can be kept safe. And a Spirit Leech is out onto Valkia. Demon Shield might be able to block some of it. We'll see if she even has it off cooldown as Huntsmen try to defend themselves by just shooting at the Marauders. But charging is a hell of a leadership buff. You should get these Marauders into melee combat. -1 as soon as they impact because the charge bonus wore off, and they do rout before finishing off the Huntsman. We have Silver Bullets returning in the distance. Outriders grenade launchers trying to fight, but every little micro slip that lets them get attacked in melee combat is brutal. Does a little bit more damage to them, but they manage to rally as the Black Lions just surf straight through the Marauders, sacrificing their lives, possibly to save the Outriders grenade launchers. We'll see if that ends up being a sacrifice. Actually, they get continual orders to get out of here, which is good. Minotaurs tried to come back, and then they shattered. Still have a very, very healthy Cultist. Still have a relatively healthy Blood Shrine. And of course, Valkia is spooky scary. Can the Cultist carry? Ooh, he has Relentless Rage popped on him. That's an accident. I wonder if it was meant to be the Marauders of Khorne dual weapons, and then it got misclicked onto the Cultist, but that was just a waste of an arm ability, unfortunately. Steam Tank with a Hellblaster could be cool. It could be cool. I'm kind of excited about that one. I'm hoping it's not toxic. I hope it's, like, just fine. Or good. But not, like, OP. Marauders of Khorne getting shot on two sides by the Silver Bullets and by the Huntsman. I'm close to routing, but my big concern now is that Cultist. How much Winds of Magic does the Amethyst Wizard have? Can he Spirit Leech to death Valkia, the Blood Shrine, and the Cultist? Or is someone going to have to actually do DPS to that little guy? Black Lion still charging through Marauders of Khorne without much issue. In the distance, another Spirit Leech onto Valkia. Demon Shield will block. Looks like a good majority of it. 13-second duration versus the Spirit Leech's almost similar duration. So yeah, really, really good Demon Shield usage there from Khorne and Corvus. Cultists trying to fight back against the Black Lions as they chase off everything. I actually think Khorne might have this, you guys. Huntsman getting good poke onto the Blood Shrine. That is the best target for them. They're not really good at hitting small single entities like Valkia and stuff, but the Blood Shrine, relatively low armor. I mean, 110, but it doesn't feel like it in a big model profile. Nice volleys in from the Silver Bullets. That physical resistance, being demonic, won't help you at all against the Silver Bullets, and Valkia seems to realize that she's going right over towards those guys. No Spear Slaupnir's left, so she actually has to fly all the way over and stop them. Looks like they get off one more volley into the Blood Shrine. But the Blood Shrine is slowly healing itself up as the Cultists and the Blood Shrine take out the Black Lions. Another Spirit Leech on the Valkia. Do you have your Demon Shield back up? Is it on the same cooldown as Spirit Leech? It doesn't look like it. And that is a very critical Spirit Leech that's doing a lot of great damage to that Demonic Lord. Grenade Launcher's doing what they can over here. And the Death Wizard is actually going to charge in and try and finish off Valkia himself. She's at less than 500 HP. Her leadership starts to fall. She is routing. No, it's -9 leadership. Back up to 5. Man, she is spiraling between -9 and +11 leadership. She's all over the damn place. She can't pick a lane. The Blood Shrine's coming over to offer its leadership and melee attack buffs to her now. Doesn't look like we have another Spirit Leech off the cuff just yet. The Amethyst Wizard is failing in his task of taking out Valkia, and he gets pushed off instead, though the Grenade Launchers get a really solid volley into Valkia, getting about 100 more damage value, but it's not enough to actually rout her. It's not enough to save the Amethyst Wizard, and now the Blood Shrine can just follow him off, and all of a sudden it's going to be army losses as the Black Lions with no ammunition are the last unit for the Empire. That was a good game. Okay. For Renner, Marcus Wolfhard had some nets. That was about what he did. Demiknights with Halberds both did pretty well. The Black Lions and the Amethysts just had a field day. But Khorne, for once, proved tenacious. Ripping through the Empire front line, they barely got any value. Valkia did fine. The Cultists actually did very, very well. Soul Grinder did okay. Minos did okay. The Blood Shrine had a lot to prove, and it did well, and Marauders did fine. Wait, he had a Soul Grinder? Yeah, it did get deaded. Okay. So we're hopping in to a semifinal game. Sexy Boy versus Archangel. For the second to last game of the actual tournament, then we'll go back and watch more fun replays for fun. But this is a semifinal, knockout time. Whoever loses this is out. Whoever wins goes on to the finals. A Life Slan and a Dread Saurian, not the Shredder, but a Dread Saurian versus Dwarves. That's bold. That is very bold. Dwarves have Slayers, Dwarves have Thunderers, Dwarves have Iron Drake, Trollhammer Torpedoes. So for the side of Sexy Boy, a bunch of Skink Skirmishers, Ripperdactyl Riders, Feral Cold Ones, two Ancient Salamanders for some kiting, with a Dread Saurian, a Salamander Hunting Pack, and a Slan Mage Priest of Life. Very micro-heavy build. On the other side for the Dwarves, a staunch front line of Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards. Ekron's Miners to clear out some Skinks if they have to, then a bunch of Bugman's Rangers, one Trollhammer Torpedo, two Giant Slayers, and Thoric in the center. Lizardmen probably looking to kite with their Ancient Salamanders, get out all their damage they can before actually engaging anything. Salamander Hunting Packs, I'm kind of surprised they're out of range. 140 range? What are the Bugmans? 160. Yeah, but the Bugmans aren't on the front line, I suppose. It's got a little bit of kite going. Boom, boom, boom. Lizardmen just patiently setting up the surround while they kite. No reason for them to just wander into their death or anything. But now the Bugman's Rangers have moved up. Archangel. I don't know why I keep doing Arch. I know I'm literally reading it, but my brain knows it's Archangel. Anyway, Archangel is counter-firing a bit, moving up with his Bugman's Rangers, making sure these guys don't get it for free. In come the Feral Cold Ones, in come the Ripperdactyl Riders. Bugman's Rangers stop and fight. Now the Giant Slayers will finally get to do something. And a Rune of Slowness is out to really stop these Feral Cold Ones from getting out of here before the Giant Slayers can get involved. And Trollhammer Torpedoes trying to fire those Ripperdactyl Riders, and oh boy, it's a lot of damage. Even though they aren't armored and the arm piercing is a little wasted, I mean, still, it's just really good DPS. Giant Slayers are going to have to get activated quickly, though. The Trollhammer Torpedoes are also squishy in their own right, and the Ripperdactyl Riders are more than happy to tear them apart. Arm piercing anti-infantry, they'll do just fine. Dread Saurian's also in here, so I like this. Throwing everything the Trollhammer Torpedoes want to shoot in at the same time, so they only pick one target to delete, as the Dread Saurian continues to be annoying. Looks like the Trollhammers are going to go for that big boy. See the grenades starting to come in now, but he is a little too quick, and the Trollhammers have to reposition again before actually getting to fire. Giant Slayers peeling for the range units. The range units just ignoring everything besides the Dread Saurian that accidentally zoomed too far in on. Takes a bunch of blasting charges to the face, but he doesn't care about that at all. It's really these Trollhammers we have to watch out for. And he is going to start taking some serious damage. Now, remember, you're looking at the percentage, you're like, Humoy, what are you freaking out about? He's lost 5,000 HP already. That's a huge health bar you're dealing with. Bugman's Rangers and Dwarf Warriors trying to peel off these Skink Skirmishers, but once again, the Ripperdactyls are landing back in on top of the Giant Slayers and such. Some of these Giant Slayers do have to come back and turn around. Their flag is over here, but you see a lot of the models are actually in this direction. Dread Saurian's already down to about half HP. Its leadership is faltering. It's actually thinking about routing, but the Dwarves are overclumped. Now, thankfully for them, a banishment was just used on the far side, and it's not over here to really deal with them. In comes an Overcasted Regrowth to save the Dread Saurian, and it is much faster than the Dwarves following it, so it should get to safety. For the Lizardmen, the positives would be their Ripperdactyls are both extremely healthy. Their Ancient Salamanders still have a lot of ammunition, but their Salamander Hunting Packs are running out of ammo. Their Slan is currently surrounded by randos, and their Dread Saurian, while getting healed, did take a lot of damage that his heal cap will be around eventually. Trollhammer Torpedoes once again under assault by the Ripperdactyl Riders, and the Dwarves would love to just get a big pick on these Ripperdactyls, finally tear them apart and get them out of the battlefield, so that their Trollhammers can stay safe. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. This guy's already starting to lose models, down to 900 HP and falling, and they even rout. Feral Cold Ones re-opting into the fight. Their leadership's doing fine for now. Thork and the boys focusing on trying to snipe out the life slime. They're getting a lot of damage out while they do it. Ancient Salamanders try and kite it out. 12 ammo over here, 13 ammo on that one. They're firing at a big old clump of dwarves. Is the life slime faster than Thoric? They're the same speed. No, Thoric's a little slow. The dwarves just get bombarded on their way over. Giant Slayer's trying to fight the Dreadstorm. The Dreadstorm's going to rear charge all those guys. And unfortunately, the dwarves got pulled a little too far apart. And they're really paying for it, losing a lot of expensive ranged pieces while they just wander after the Slann. And the Slann, as we mentioned, is faster. Master Rune of Slowness is down onto him. We'll see if anybody can get any hits. But Slanns are notoriously buggy little fiends. They don't actually take that much damage even when you're chasing them, even when you're faster. With all of the Salamander Kite and Ripperdactyl Riders diving in, and the Dreadsaurian nearby, the dwarves look like they might actually have a mass rout event. Anybody that's not literally unbreakable is probably going to get going. The Slann's still getting poked slightly, but he has lots of healing he gives himself. For the dwarves, we have some dwarf warriors that can rally to the cause. Giant Slayers ripping apart Ripperdactyl Riders, and that is finally a big win for the dwarves. Both Ripperdactyls have taken significant damage, and the Slann, as we have been noting, is slowly getting worked down. Though he throws out another Overcasted Earthblood to heal himself and the Dreadsaurian up as he runs away. Thork's still after him, but there is a Dreadsaurian nearby, and man, all of his dwarven compatriots that followed him are getting wrecked. As a banishment even goes through the dwarves that were trying to follow up. Thork is tenacious, down to 26 speed, chasing after the Slann at 34, but the Slann does lose the plot for a second and end up stopping in place. Damn. Dwarves are really rallying in the backfield quite well. We'll see if they can do anything, though. The Ripperdactyl Riders are just going to dive on anybody that's caught out. Bugman's Rangers are just food for them. Thoric will use a Rune of Wrath and Ruin to delete these Skink Skirmishers off the face of the earth. Goodbye, lads, but they did what they had to. They bought time for the Life Slann to get away. Ripperdactyl's still cleaning up Bugman's Rangers, as we mentioned. Skink Skirmishers trying to run down the Trollhammer Torpedoes, who only left less than 500 HP, down to below 400 already. And even those guys aren't armor piercing. It's just like, you're such a squishy unit that armor can't save you from everything, right? Giant Slayers, those are faster than a Slann. The Slann's just going to spam out a quick little Earthblood Overcast for itself, healing itself back up even further as the Dreadsaurian comes to peel for it once again. Giant Slayers decide to take a fight with it, but I don't even see its heal cap yet. It's gotten so much healing, and yet its heal cap, there it just appears now. And it's actually kind of getting chunked. Okay. Oh, these are both Giant Slayers. That's why that's happening. Salamander Hunting Pack out of ammunition, just going to dive in instead. Giant Slayers should also make quick work of them, though Giant Slayer's always taking damage in these trades. And eventually the Lizards will just have more HP than you have Giant Slayers. Dreadsaurian backs off, uses its machine guns for a bit, even going to cycle charge as the Life Slann dangles itself in front of the dwarves once more to convince them to charge towards it. Then just running away, and the kiting resumes. Giant Slayers combined down to about 1,000 HP. Thoric's full health, but everything else for the dwarves is getting run down. In the distance, we have some Dwarf Warriors, some Bugman's Rangers, but that Dreadsaurian ain't going anywhere quick. Giant Slayers, 12 models, 11, down to 9. And the Dreadsaurian's happy enough to just walk away. The Slann gets far enough away that he could even heal himself up some more. We have an Ancient Salamander with no ammo, just chasing off some Dwarfs. Ancient Salamander with 5 shots left, backing up. Doesn't want to shoot at the Giant Slayers because at this point their model count is so low. He has a much higher chance of friendly firing than actually hitting anything that matters. Though he could go over here and shoot fire at the Bugman's Rangers and such. That wouldn't be a problem. Dreadsaurian trampling over some shattered Dwarf Warriors. And in go the Salamanders. Nibbling away at Thork. Giant Slayers are back in for now, though they won't last long at those teeny tiny HP values. 5 and 1 for their model counts. Shredder wanders back in to say hi to Thork. He really has nothing left to fear at this point. The Giant Slayers are such a depleted force that the Dreadsaurian doesn't even worry about sitting on top of them. And then they're all dying off. Still one model on that one Slayer. 4 models on the other one, but they have 62 HP as they're still falling down. Thoric's taking big damage. That's probably it. Master Rune of Slowness is cast. All the Giant Slayers are gone. And it is now a 1v1 between Thoric and the biggest dinosaur that ever did live. Scramble, little man. Scramble! Ripperdactyls and the rest of the Lizardmen descending upon the dwarves that aren't Thoric, mostly to distract them from even trying to save Thoric from his fate against the Shredder. And Salamander's now out of ammo. Last shot goes in. Hits some dwarves. It was a good shot. And that is GG. The Lizardmen of Sexy Boy will go to the finals to fight Edgelord. Ripperdactyls got good value. Ancient Salamanders did fine. Salamander hunting packs actually did very well. Skink Skirmishers did well. For Archangel, his Giant Slayers did great. Trollhammer Torpedoes did their best. Bugman's Rangers also did their best, but they got shut down. Thoric did very well. And then the frontline melee troops of the dwarves just got kited around and then trampled to death. It's not the Shredder. I believe the regular Dreadsaurian is 2 inches taller than the Shredder, so it still works. The finals. Now remember, we are going to cast some fun replays after this, but this is the last game to determine who wins. We have Sexy Boy versus Kaitis. Grand Cathay versus the Skaven. And I think this is a really, really good build versus the Skaven. The Celestial Lion comes with... Does he have Final Transmutation? No, he doesn't. Okay, it's not the perfect build. Final Transmutation on Zhao Ming is the only thing I would change here. Oh, his Alchemist does. And he wants more intensity from having 2 casters. Okay. Like, I think that's overthinking it, but sure. Celestial Lion provides terror, but it also does -8 leadership and removes immune to psychology. Which is really, really intense. Other than that, you have Peasant Long Spears, because you know your front line's kind of forfeit to the Skaven anyway, so who cares? Peasant Archers, Zhao Ming for some terror and being tanky, that's fine. Alchemist's Final Transmutation, again, I just put the Final Trans on Zhao Ming, but the important part is having Final Transmutation. Then Crowmen are still amazing versus Skaven, a Cav Rush is always good versus Skaven, and this is just a really well put together build from the side of Grand Cathay. For Edgelord, / Kaitis, a bunch of Clan Rats to hold the front line, some Plague Monks, Warplock Jezzails, and Rat Ogres with Ichor Claw of Flensing Ruin and Warp Lightning. We also have some Triads. But the Jade Lancers are weaving through the front line. They're going to charge down some Clan Rats here. I wonder if the Onyx Crowmen just spend their time rock dropping on these fools. As the Peasant Horsemen and things. They're just trying to get in. If they can get in, they can do so much damage to the weapons teams of this game, and it's not even going to matter. Big old Breath Attack, Overcast from Zhao Ming down the line of the Plague Monks. Takes about 2/3 of their HP off. But you can see there's just so many cavalry that they're already getting in the Skaven lines. These guys are rear charging over here. One Jezzail is just about dead. Another Jezzail, ooh, that's a Rattling Gun even, is going down right quick. Peasant Long Spear's just wandering forward, and the Skaven Tide is starting to push out now. They can easily get rid of any of these Peasant Long Spears and whatnot, but that's not really the concern, is it? The concern is all the mobility. Rattling Gun and the Jezzails are both offline already. Poisonman Globes are under duress, but still technically around, and Ichor Claw is dueling with Zhao Ming. Another overcasted Breath Attack down the line, and the Plague Monks just makes a little bit of a blood fountain. And then gets away. Cleansing Ruin is down onto 2 single entities, Celestial Lion and Zhao Ming. If they can both get out of the circle, they'll be fine, though, 'cause it's not attached to them. Where's the Alchemist? Alchemist is way the fuck over here. I'd much prefer her being in here with Final Transmutation and Ichor Claw. It gets getting attacked by 2 single entities, and it doesn't look like there's anybody to peel for him just yet. We have Triads and Rat Ogres maybe coming back to deal with this now, but Ichor's already taken some pretty serious damage. -8 leadership on the Roar. He's getting close to routing. And the Onyx Crowmen are still chasing away everything on the top side. The Skaven are in mass exodus. The only thing's holding for now is their front line. Still doing well over there with Plague Monks and Clan Rats versus random Peasants and Spears. And this could be a good moment for the Skaven. Eshin Triads and Rat Ogres teaming up on the two big single entities, though. A huge breath attack from Zhao Ming takes out a clan rat with spears just out of hand. There's a little bit of damage to Eshin Triads, too. Iket's still running away. Good job. Good juking through his own units. Really solid stuff there. And back to the Triads again. Iket's really putting on a show, but if Final Transmutation's over here, yeah, she's coming. Final Transmutation, one of them will guarantee that he routes. If it's Overcast, it might even kill him, and then that's just going to be the game. Skaven can't hold on to this without their lord. It might just be game anyway, as Celestial Lion is going to walk him off the map. The Grand Cathay, Crows, and Cav are even coming back to the fight after finishing running off or shattering anything that they were chasing. Everything's starting to rout for the Skaven, and their front line is still holding, but that does not matter. Yeah, I think that's just GG. There's nothing the Skaven can do with Iket routing. Zhao Ming's fighting Rat Ogres on top of Peasant Long Spears. Still a full health Rat Ogre running around just trying to find a job to do. The grenades of Nangao are even hitting these clan rats just to get rid of them too. The last pocket of Skaven resistance. I imagine there's an overcasted breath attack coming down them yet again, because look at how they're lined up. Like, they're just asking for it. Zhao Ming lands. No breath attack just yet. Maybe he doesn't have the Winds of Magic for it. But he has Peasant Long Spears. He'll be okay. Final Transmutation Caster is here. And there's a breath attack, but not the best angle. Still did okay, and not that it really matters at this point. Things are too far gone. Clan Rats terror out into natural route. Gonna take the Rat Ogre friends with them, and that should be enough balance of power to just call it. There it is. I do think this is a better build versus Skaven than Grand Cathay boxing. But that's the tough part about this matchup for Skaven, is the Skaven can actually deal with the Grand Cathay box okay if they prepare for it. But if you prepare for the box and Grand Cathay rushes you, you're just fucked. And I think the Grand Cathay rush has a few more tools. So overall, I'd favor Cathay in the matchup, but it is a little bit of a guessing game. They got a bunch of new tools in the DLC that made this really, really hard, though. Celestial Lion being one of them. A flying single entity that lowers your leadership is exactly what the Skaven don't want to deal with. Like, Be'lakor is better than a Celestial Lion. I'm not pretending they're the same. But they have the same thing that makes them really hard for Skaven to deal with, and that's, like, minus leadership, minus ITP. Because then you can't even get, like, Plague Scab's Plague Pack to save you, because they'll just terror out. It's really brutal. And then Zhao Ming is, of course, another tanky source of terror that just runs around. GG well played to both players. But it looks like Sexy Boy is going to be our winner for the day. Congrats. Promote him to a Bone Ripper and then get on with the Streamin'. Okay, have we cast any of these already, or any of these repeats? No, it looks like they're all unique. Okay. Do you ever play Dom? I do not. I do not enjoy Dom personally. I do not begrudge anybody who does, but it's not for me. I don't really enjoy playing it that much. I really don't enjoy watching it. I might enjoy playing it a little bit more if I got into it and like played a lot of it, but I don't have much time to play anything that much these days because of job and streaming and stuff. So I usually stick to land battles just because it's what I know and I already know enough to talk about it. Because it takes time to learn something new and I just don't have that kind of time right now. Okay. For Grand Cathay here, we have Tzeentch the Watcher on Jay's side versus Lymphata. I think I mentioned it, but just in case I didn't. Tzeentch the Watcher, a Grand Cannon, And then some Jade Lancers, Jade Warriors with Halberds, Jade Warriors regular, Peasant Long Spears, and Dragobeta Shugen Lord of Yang with the Wall of Wind and Fire and Dragon's Breath. Cool. On the other side for the Dwarves, currently losing an artillery duel. They have 2 cannons, a whole bunch of Slayers, 3, but Dragonback Slayers as well. Thork Ironbrow with the Rune of Negation up, plus his missile resistance, makes him rather resilient against Tzeentch's fire. And then Double Thane, a whole bunch of Dwarf Warriors, and Quarrelers. Cool, cool. So what are the double cannons shooting at? Looks like they're shooting at Tzeentch. One of the Dwarven Cannon crews already down to 2 models. Somehow it survived with that. I'm a little surprised. And Tzeentch continues to poke down Thork. Winding up another shot. Thork doesn't have that resist this time. Takes a little bit more damage. He's still a thick lad to that kind of fire. But it is what it is. I don't know why the cannons switched off of shooting at the Dwarven cannons. Oh, that's why, because the cavalry's there. His Jade Lancers do get a flank over here. The Slayers are now starting to move, but it is a little late, and the cannons will probably get shut down before that matters much. Dwarven cannon crews, very admirable bravery. The healthier one is going to rout first. Wall of Wind and Fire does literally 0 damage to Quarrelers. It's like the worst spell in the game. It's just terrible. It's just terrible. Never take it. It's garbage. Grand Cathay Cannon is offline. It technically has 1 model left, but I doubt it'll ever really be that effective and just gets routed again, yeah. Both Dwarven Cannons are down. If the Jade Lancers can get away from there, that would be ideal. Tzeentch is overstaying his welcome in melee. He can just back off, and he needs to. Tzeentch is horrible against things when he's surrounded. It's like what balances him. His high price point and the fact that he can't kill hordes to save his life. Or duel. He's actually pretty piss poor duelist too, so he just needs to opt out of here. Dwarves doing pretty well, honestly, in the front line. Things going okay. Jade Lancer's going in for a rear charge about now. Whee! Quarrelers are bracing as best they can, but that's not gonna matter. Back. Tzeentch, run! Run away! Run, Tzeentch! Get away from here. Man, Wall of Wind and Fire is such an ass spell. It's not even good in campaign. I've tried it. It just doesn't do anything. So the cannon crews look like they're not coming back at all, but the Slayers have joined the fight. Slayers have entered the chat. And Jade Lancers will get a nice little charge onto them, and then they'll get cleaved to death by the Slayers. Signing up for a bad time, my little Jade Lancer friends. Jade Warriors and Jade Warrior with Halberds still holding on the front line. Holding until the end times. And they'll be fine. But Tzeentch really needs to back off. Like, I know I keep saying it, but, like, he's such an expensive piece, and he has so much ammo and so much damage he can be doing, but he's just not doing it because he's still in the front line. While Wind and Fire goes through all 3 Slayers, and they are unscathed from that encounter. And the Slayers are here now. Thankfully, Tzeentch charges away, back into his own lines. Yes! Retreat, my giant artillery companion. I saw movement orders to the top of the hill, so yes, he is getting out of here. Good. Good, good, good. Still have some Quarrelers online from the Dwarves. Looks like they're getting counter-fired by Jade Warrior crossbows, and we do have a Jade Warrior halberd coming out here. Oh, Tzeentch, what are you even melee attacking? 1 Slayer? Who cares about 1? Oh, it's even a Dwarf Warrior. That's less impressive. Alright, Cathay, do you have the slow grinding moxie to get through this? Do you have the Tzeentch that can snipe out the enemy characters? Why are you shooting at Quarrelers? Fuck Quarrelers. Not your job. Poke some Quarrelers, but, like, kill Thork. Cathay infantry might honestly win this. Oh, they might. There's a lot of them. Tzeentch needs to pretty much just target the characters. Or a juicy side shot down infantry, but not straight on shots. It's really not worth his time. No. Cathay versus Dwarves is interesting because all their infantry takes 50 years to die. Ugh, what I wouldn't give for a Dragon's Breath spell right down this line of Slayers. That'd be juicy. No, it's a wall of winded fire. Why, God? Jay, you're too much of a memer for your own good. Wall of winded fire's coming in close. It's gonna even hit the Jade Warrior Halberds. Oh my God. It did a little bit of damage. Thane gets through the front line to go fight Tzeentch. I thought shooting Thoric would be bad there. Oh, nah, dude. Nah, you'll snipe his ass. Get him. Get him! Wall of Wind and Fire is unfortunately just a bad spell. I appreciate your bravery. Tzeentch looks like he's trying to shoot at these Quarrelers. Thane is poking his shoe, but man, he's poking his shoe so good. Poking that shoe! Tzeentch uses his beautiful animations to get to safety before his shoes are gonna get poked! He's starting to crumble, like the construct he is. Thane's chased him down. You brought the wrong caster by mistake. Oh, you wanted the blue one? The yin caster? Yeah, she's pretty good. Your determination to use the wall of wind and fire at every opportunity fills me with joy. It really does. Almost as much as it fills me with despair, but like, there's joy in there. Cathay is starting to rout. They're falling behind the balance of power. As we slowly watch elite infantry grind each other to dust, I will, in fact, ×2 speed. As the peasant long spears and Jade Warriors on the top side are dying. The Jade Warriors on the bottom side are dying. And Thoric and Double Thane are waiting to fight the Shugenin Lord in the late game if she even wants to. That was a nice wall of wind and fire. That roasted some Slayers. Let's go. It's too late to apologize. It's too late, it's too late, it's too late. For Jay, Tzeentch only 1,100, 425 on the caster. Cannon did okay. Jade Lancers did pretty darn well. Jade War Crossbows did alright. Cool. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. For Lamfada, Slayers did fine. Thane 600 and 1,300, the one that got to fight Tzeentch. His cannons got shut down like immediately by Grand Cathay, both in the ranged and in the cav department. And his Dwarf Warriors and Quarrelers, they did fine. They did fine. Good for them. Good for them. Good for you. Good for everybody. Good for everybody. Hellions Skaven versus Bretonnia. DeBess's Dark Elves versus Grand Cathay. Wood Elves and Beastmen. Lizardmen and more Dwarfs. It's Jay and Yashkov. Oh, let's do some Tzeentch. Wait, is this the same? No, it's Pasha in both, but it's Yashkov. Okay, cool. We'll do that. Yashkov on the Lizardmen versus Pasha's Tzeentch. I will say, I get the feel. Some people, like, really want to play Kislev because they, like, love Kislev. Anyway. There are some people who just, like, really like Kislev, even when they were bad. And I feel for them when, like, now the Kislev's really, really broken, strong, and they just don't get to play him. I feel that way about Tzeentch a bit. I don't love Tzeentch, but with the new changes, I'm like, oh, Tzeentch is actually pretty fun. And I know they're really, really strong, so sometimes I feel bad when I play Tzeentch, but it's like, I just wanted to play Tzeentch. I like them. They're a fun faction. Okie dokie. What do we have here? What's going on? Yashkov with Tehenuin versus Pasha's Tzeentch. Tehenuin, Flock of Doom, Wisdom's Wild Form, and then his Burning Alignment. Giant Sun Laser. Some Skink Skirmishers, some Saurus Spears, a Temple Guard, just one. And then 2 Salamander Hunting Packs, a Rev Crystal for a bit of healing, and then some Feral Colons and Coldman Spear Riders. On the other side, we have the Shrieking Sky Rays, ROR. Why? I really wanted to Screamers, that's what they're. I really wanted to call them the Lampier's Revenge, and then I just got, like, brain stuck on that. Anyway, Sour Guts, other pink horrors, a bunch of blue horrors as well. And then a front line of Marauders of Tzeentch with Spears, Severed Claw, 1 Centaur, the Golden Griffin of Theurgy, Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch with pink and blue fire. The Rev Crystal cannot heal itself, so I wonder if it would be worthwhile to focus that down with blue fires first. Not sure if that's the right answer, I'm just curious. That would be the way to go. I'm going to fast forward as these two armies are just approaching each other right now. There we go. Pink and blue horrors going to trade fire with Skink Skirmishers. The horrors will win that, but they also cost more, so kind of hope they would. There they go. Good damage. Golden Griffin's getting lit up a little bit. Didn't even get through his barriers yet, but he has to be careful. Can't stand still in this kind of situation. And can the horrors get into range of the salamanders? That would be ideal, in my opinion. Saurus should beat up the Marauders pretty badly. Marauders and Zongors. Shouldn't be much of an issue for them. Centaurs of Tzeentch take a fight with the Coldland Spear Riders, and they are going to win that fight, especially with the help of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord helping out. And that should secure mobility advantage on the side of Tzeentch, but a big old Sky Laser is crushing Zongors right now. Good cast there from Yashkov. It's still going? Hell yeah, dude. Well, now we're just casting replays that we think are fun. The actual tournament ended. There was a winner. You can go back and see it if you want to. Tehenuin's fighting away with the Sour Guts, but unfortunately there's also the Severed Claw mixed in here, and he does not want to fight with them at all. He needs to back off, most likely. The Saurus are getting through the front line, like we said, but especially with a Sky Laser's help, they just rip through that area. Salamander Hunting Packs are in trouble. Golden Griffin plus the Shrieking Sky Rays trying to take them out as a big old pink fire goes up the line, getting rid of the Skinks and even damaging the Salamanders a little bit, so good spellcast there from Tzeentch. Tzeentch doing well on the enemy back line. For the Lizardmen, their front line did fantastically. We even have some blue horrors already fading away. The other blue horrors are running out of ammunition, but Tehenuin, with Rev Crystal healing him up, he is on fire, so we got half the healing he would have otherwise. He needs to be a little careful. Wiston's Wild Form helping the Temple Guard get more damage and more armor and whatnot, but Tehenuin standing in these halberds is really, really not going great for him. Saurus Spears getting back here to fight. They will do really good damage to the Golden Griffin if they can saturate the area, which they are so far. Marauders' Spears almost routing off, and other Saurus Warriors are coming back here as well. Saurus Warriors are rather slow. If you get to late game, you can at least sit Tehenuin in them and he'll be relatively safe. But the Golden Griffin throws out its Bound Hounds. A little bit of friendly fire on the Marauders, but mostly hitting Saurus. And then, like I said, dude, Tehenuin sitting in these Aspiring Champions RRs is just proving to be a very, very brutal mistake. Radiant Ash and their viewers just joined. Learn more? I will not learn more. I refuse to learn more. Ash, if you're in my chat, what'd you think of the trailer? Or did you not check it out? Do you know a Chaos Knight with lances supported by fleshy abundance totally loses against a unit of Bull Centaurs? Because I did that. Oh, yeah. I can imagine that. Bull Centaurs just have really, really good armor piercing values. Rev Crystal healing up to Tehenuin again while Wiston's Wild Form gets into safety. And his charge takes out a blue horror. A pink horror dies to Saurus Warriors and Temple Guard elsewhere. But it looks like Pasha is not about to let Tehenuin get away to safety for free. Another focus fire of fire damage, really reducing the healing he's going to receive here. Golden Griffin still fighting in the back with some Centaurs of Tzeentch now helping out. But Saurus Warriors are stalwart lads, and they are going nowhere anytime soon. Salamander Hunting Packs are almost all chased off. This one is fighting a losing battle against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch. And a quick overcasted blue fire down the line. Pink fire does good work, but Sky Laser! Deletes a unit of Marauder Spears, terror routing and regular routing them off, and then the Blue Horrors almost Demonic Instability crumble. Same with the Sour Guts. The Golden Griffin dives in to save them from the Temple Guards. Zongor's trying to help out a little bit too. Lizardmen are down the balance of power by quite a lot. Rev Crystal getting away from the Severed Claw. Severed Claw are going to be a big problem. Maybe Saurus and Temple Guard can do some good work against them, but I don't know. Their stats are real high. The Saurus are going to have to group up. They're getting pulled all over the map. Like, these guys are chasing after Centaurs they'll never catch up there. Sour Guts so close to Demonic Instability crumbling. Rev Crystal still trying to get away from the Severed Claw. Trying. Where's the Chaos going to be one of the biggest winners of the DLC when they get Nervocast the hero? Yeah. That'll be huge. Flock of Doom finally gets the Sour Guts to just fade away. Tenuin's still trying to finish off the Blue Horrors on his own. The other Saurus are trying to group up. Temple Guard, are you ITP? No. They Terror Route. Saurus Terror Route 2, leaving the Rev Crystal all on its own as Golden Griffin's going to rear charge him. Bounce power is heavily Tzeentch favored, and I must agree as Tenuin's getting trucked down by Centaurs of Tzeentch. He does get a little heal from the Rev Crystal, but he's on fire yet again. I don't know what even set him on fire this time. It looks like it's the Blue Horrors. Blue fire goes awry, hits the Centaurs a little bit, but it's okay. Tenuin should still route any second now. Yeah, Bolt of Change will seal his fate. Army losses hits before it even gets to the ground. That is a GG to Tzeentch and Pasha. Tenuin, 1700 value. Not terrible, but definitely not a Meta Lord. Salamanders got hunted down. Saurus did okay. Only 3 likes. Yeah, I also saw that. I have to refresh my page to see the likes from YouTube. I don't know why. Okay, sorry, I was reading some comments. For Pasha, Golden Griffin did fine. Severed Claw did amazing. Centaurs of Tzeentch did well. Shrieking Skyers did just awesome work. Sour Guts also did great. Blue Horrors did what they had to. Dude, Mr. Teufel, I know. I don't know why YouTube doesn't refresh. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, this is weird. That's 0. 0 always brings some crazy spice. Sure. We'll cast it. A lot of dwarves today. People must have saw the DLC trailer and got their Slayers of Slaying. Because it's also... Actually, that is true. It's been a lot of Slayers as well as a lot of dwarves. Debes versus 0. 0 not bringing the Changeling, but he did bring 10 Horrors. So, can you really be mad at him? Yes, you can. I'm mad at him. But I can't be that mad at him. It's hard to be mad at something that taxes your graphics card that hard. Since it's simpler, I'll start over here. We have 5 Blue Horrors, 5 Pink Horrors, the Aesion the Fallen, Beautiful Vortex Beast ROR, the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, and then Herald of Tzeentch of Metal, with Final Transmutation, Plague of Rust, and Searing Doom. On the other side for the Dwarves, double Cannon, triple Quarreler, an Iron Drake and an Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedo, 1 Thunderer, 2 Slayers, Thoric Ironbrow on foot, and then a front line of Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards, some with great weapons, some without. Lots of Lizards and Dwarves, yeah. Lizards are always pretty popular, and they've never been a bad faction. They just recently became, like, OP, but they've always been, like, solid enough that learning them was always worth your time. Cannon's trying to poke at poor Aeson, who is getting around. In comes the main shots as Quarrelers and Thunderers make the Blue Horrors just regret living. Because, yeah, demons aren't unliving, right? They're alive, they're just, like, from a different dimension. First Searing Doom is in, nice and focused onto the Thunderers. Decent little damage to the spell resistance and the high armor of the Dwarfs will keep them safe. Aesian's having a very, very bad day in front of the Iron Drakes. Already 800 value on them. He immediately routes, and Slayers are going to make sure that he never comes back. Never, ever, ever. Iron Drake's doing what they can versus the various horrors of Tzeentch. It's already a rough start for them. Soul Grinder, what are you doing? You're already missing like half your ammo. You've taken out 2 cannon models. Let's go. Big old Final Transportation, undercast onto Thunderers and Thoric, getting a little bit of damage down, and the Tzeentchian front line is doing pretty well into the Dwarves overall, but AC and the Fallen just about dead at the very start of the game. Lizard's got that gold bling. They do. It's true. Another Searing Doom to hit the Dwarf Warriors. Good little damage here and there. And these Iron Drakes, roasting and toasting the pink horrors. Not getting that much damage out yet, but they are applying that burnt leadership debuff that can get the demonic units closer to demonic instability crumbling. Like, we're about to see 2 blue horrors bite the dust in front of our very eyes. One's gone. Aesian's back, gets chased down by Slayers. There goes another blue horror. Pink horror is about to go too. The Dwarves are pulling ahead on the balance power, I must agree. Another Searing Doom out onto the Thunderers. Not that it's going to do that much damage. It's fine little poke for such a cheap spell, but it's not like it's going to insane crush them. Oh my god, they're all dead. Pink Horror is about to fade away. Other Pink Horror fading away. Another nice little Iron Drake volley onto these Pink Horrors. They're not quite going to die yet, but, you know, damage is damage. These cannons, what do we have? 1 model and 2 models left. I'm kind of surprised they haven't been shooting at the Soul Grinder all game, but they're shooting at Pink Horrors. Thoric is Plague of Rusted. But the Soul Grinder is still focused on killing some of the artillery pieces. Now it's shooting at the Iron Drakes, which isn't bad. Oh, never mind. What's it shooting at now? A cluster. Yeah, we take that. Soul Grinder's targeting's been pretty good. But it's just it's too much, man. Zero's losing 3 more units to demonic instability in front of our eyes. Oh, hey, Aesian's back. What up, dude? How you doing? 600 value, not terrible. Not good, not terrible. Soul Grinder is out of ammunition and is now just a melee unit. Aesian the Fallen's in. Trollhammer torpedoes. Are you going to finish him off the way you started this game, or what's your plan? What are you doing? I want to see them shoot. They're actually my second favorite dwarf unit behind Thunderers. I think Thunderers are just so classy. Look at those big chunks whenever they hit. But Thunderers are my favorite. They're just consistent, but also I love their voice line. For some reason, like, the way they say Thunderers just gets me every time. Thunderers! It's just nice. It's like a little playful, a little silly. The Fallen is going deep, trying to kill the Trollhammer torpedoes. It's not enough. He gets pushed off, and now the Trollhammer torpedoes, maybe they can go get a big volley onto the Soul Grinder to end the game. Big volley on the Soul Grinder to end the game. Trollhammer torpedoes. Turn, 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 turn! Damn it. Game's ending without the Trollhammers. Oh no. Boo! Boo! Trollhammers didn't end the game. That's not nice. Thundercats. For Debes, Trollhammer torpedoes, 1400 value. Slayers didn't have too much they had to do. Cannons did okay, but were mostly shut down by the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. Quarrelers did pretty well. Iron Drakes didn't get that much value considering how much they shot. Thunderers also got shut down. GG. The other side for Zero. Herald did okay. Aesian got rolled. Soul Grinder did pretty well. Pink Horrors got rolled. Blue Horrors also got rolled. Okay. How many replays left? 6? I don't know if I can do all 6. I don't know about that. We just watch Pasha fight some Lizardmen. And we watched him fight Tehenuin. But I haven't watched Power Chan play it. We have watched a lot of Dwarves. And Lizardmen. But it's Jay, and we love Jay. We can't not cast Jay. And then there's Cathay. We've cast some decent Zoom and Debest today, so I'm going to skip this one. I'm sorry. But I'm running out of energy. Stream's going long, and I did cast both those players already. We've cast a lot of Hellion today. It's Skaven, though, versus Bretonnia. If Skaven lose, I get to be like, see, I told you. And if Skaven win, then I get to be like, yay. Fuck it. We'll go in. We'll go in. But I am going to the bathroom. You can't stop me. Oh, my God. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay. We're here. Let's fucking go. For the Skaven, we have some Wolf Rats with Poison, Icket Claw with Howling Warp Gale and Cleansing Ruin, Skaven Slave and Skaven Slave Spear Frontline, more Skaven Slaves, 2 Poison Globes, a Warp Grinder to lock things in place, Natty Bobo Sharpshooters, 4 Rat Ogres, Icket Zap Zap, and Ixchus Triads. On the other side, for the forces of Bretonnia. Is that Enri Le Massif or just a Stinky Paladin? That is Enri Le Massif. For Bretonnia, we have Grail Knights, Knights of the Realm, who have already soloed out Dog. Regrowth and Earthblood Caster, more Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm as well. A bunch of Peasant Mobs, Peasant Bone with Fire Arrows, Enri and Lewin, who both cause terror. Oh boy. Ooh. We're struggling. I'm riding the Struggy bus. Overcasted Howling Warp Gale to keep Lewin in place in front of Nadabubo's Sharpshooters. And it could Zap Zap. Everybody's going to try and knock him down a peg. Bretonnia's front line will lose the Skaven front line here. They just really didn't bring much of one. And look how little damage he's taking. Due to that physical, the missile resistance, his ward save, and being a sneaky little single entity flyer. He even gets an overcasted regrowth just to mitigate any damage he might ever take. So Bretonnia is doing fine. And on the other side, the Pit Fighters of Hell's Deep get rolled by Knights of the Realm and Grail Knights. Damn. They hold long enough that the Globes get a nasty volley onto the back of the Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm, who are starting to back off now, but that was a terrible amount of damage from one volley of the spooky, scary Globes. It gets Zap Zap, is pushed offline. Warp Grinder's going to lock these guys in place just as Ixchus Triads are going to run forward, however. And what's going on with Lewin's leadership? Why is it almost dead? Why is it almost dead? Big old Cleansing Ruin onto both the single entities who are surrounded right now. Charm Shield and Stand Your Ground trying to keep Enri alive. Lewin only has the Stand Your Ground. In the distance, we have some forgotten Knights of the Realm. Bretonnia needs to get them active as soon as possible. And Knights Errant in here fighting. Disrupting the Poison Globes, but we have some Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm in the trees. Also a little slow, so it seems like the Bretonnian player is busy looking at this, but that is unfortunately going to leave his forces at a supreme disadvantage. Lewin is still dying. He has 4 seconds left on Cleansing Ruin, but looks like he's going to rout before then. Enri is also pretty close to dead. Nick is coming over. I imagine he's going to Howling Warp Gale Lewin in place so he can't get away. He might not have to win some magic for it, apparently. Lewin gets back in the sky. He's fine. You can go heal and stuff. These Knights of the Realm still forgotten. They haven't done anything, right? Yeah, they haven't done anything. Tactical Reserve Knights of the Realm. Grail Knights and Knights of the Realm going to go peel some Skaven slaves and whatnot, but the Jezzails and Warp Lightning Cannons should be able to punish them as they do so. Looks like Warp Lightning Cannons are going to focus more on Lewin. Earthblood out for Enri quick. And then these Knights of the Realm were just abandoned to their fates. They got killed by the Pit Fighters and other Rat Ogres. Howling Warp Gale locks Lewin in place. And then he flies up into the sky with the Warp Lightning Cannon, can shoot him nice and easy. While Ix's Triads and Rat Ogres go to deal with Enri again. And this Warp Grinder should actually be off cooldown, so it should be able to net him once more in all of this stuff. It's looking pretty bad for Bretonnia. Balance of Power is thinking that it's almost 50-50, slightly Skaven favored. I think it's very Skaven favored at this point. The Warp Grinder did pop their thing. I thought they were closer over here. Weird. Well, they didn't net him. They didn't do it. Full health Knight of the Realm trying to get involved somewhere. Knights Errant do plow into these guys from behind. Get rid of Natty Boo's sharpshooters, routing them finely. Just making sure that they can't have that little poke damage here and there. And Enri looks like he might be going to dive at Zap Zap with Knights of the Realm coming in on the other side. That should take care of these guys. While Lewin does his best next to the Damsel of Life, though they are completely surrounded. They need these Knights of the Realm to rear charge in and help them out. Where are the Grail Knights? There are the Grail Knights. Grail Knight's gonna try and get a good charge. And these Knights of the Realm are just fucking around, but they gotta charge over here and shock down the leadership of this Skaven and free Lewin. Grail Knights get hit with the nasty Poison Wind Globe Volley as they try and do it. I don't know where these Knights of the Realm are going. They must be chasing something that's shadowed, so I can't see it. But globes are throwing into the Grail Knights. The Grail Knights do sacrifice themselves to do exactly what we wanted. We can see as soon as they impacted, just the Terror route took care of everything else. So that was good overall, but we needed a different unit to do it, not the Grail Knights. Enri's still disrupting the Ikit Zap Zap, being annoying. The Knights of the Realm getting taken out by globes. So much damage from those globes. Knight of the Realm, what are you even chasing that's so important? Well, whatever it is, it's dead now. And they're coming back to the fight. All these Skaven are routing, but it is too little too late, most likely. Lewin gets hit with another Overcasted Cleansing Ruin, and unless he has the Lion Shield, that'll probably take him down to, like, I'm going to say 800 HP. Probably. It gets Zap Zap once again back online, once again getting attacked by Enri as more Rat Ogres and Ix's Triads try and come and stop him. Lewin's not taking as much damage as I would have thought, honestly. Doing better than I would have thought. Ikit's unlimited power does hurt him with the overcast damage. Lewin's still trying to heal up a little bit. Gets a big shot into Ikit. Are Bretonnia gonna fucking win this? No way! No way Bretonnia win this. Knights of the Realm. Nice juicy charge in the last healthy Rat Ogre. If they are actually charging that Rat Ogre, they'll do insane damage. They were not. It looks like they were going after the globes or something. They'll do okay, but the charge would have been what did it. Lion Shield and Foe Seeker are popped for Lewin, but he is routing now. Sword of Khorne down to debuff the Rat Ogres and Ix's Triads. A rear charge from Enri might get rid of these guys, though. Yup, there's the Terror. Lewin's going to get into the sky, and he honestly should be able to rally despite Natty Bipos being here. They should be such a low balance of power that he should be able to rally despite the fact that he's flying straight at them. But Enri is routing everybody. Knights of the Realm can chase them off, and Skaven are down on the balance of power. That's insane to me. And Lewin, yeah, Lewin rallied, but he needs orders, and he needs orders soon. He's currently standing in front of Natty Bipos, just taking free damage that he really can't afford to take right now. Looks like he starts moving again. He's coming towards them. He takes another 200 HP from that volley, but he will take out Natty Bobo sharpshooters. Knights of the Realm are chasing off everything. And other Knights of the Realm, plus Spears, plus maybe Enri Le Massif, are going to team up on Ikit. As Grail Knights with 3 models left continue to chase around Warp Grinders and stuff. Lewin is routed at one point, though, so he doesn't actually self-heal anymore. He will need an Earthblood or two to hit that heal cap. Earthblood on Knights of the Realm and Enri instead. Not a bad choice. These Knights of the Realm get distracted by something. They need to go run down those Rat Ogres who are free and clear. Looks like they're maybe trying to sandwich an Ikit. Again, not a bad choice. That's fine. There have been some mistakes this game that, like, there's no way of spinning it to be positive, but that's fine. You don't want to overblob. If he's going to cast a Cleansing Ruin, then you're going to need to separate out. But it looks like he's casting it on Lewin to guarantee Lewin dies. Foe Seeker is popped, but not the Lion Shield. It looks like he doesn't have it up. If he had it up, he maybe could have survived this, but without any healing getting thrown his way, and without the Lion Shield, he's not going to be able to live through the Cleansing Ruin. Howling Warp Gale also locks him in place, and Ikit Claw shoots him in the head to end it. Terror Route takes a lot of the Knights with it. Knights of the Realm trying to fight their way out of here. Henry is fighting Ixcha's Triads, but this is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Henry's going to have to carry it with his Terror, because Lewin's toast. Knights of the Realm running around. They're going to have to rear charge Ixcha's Triads to rout them off. Their leadership all of a sudden starts faltering. The Damsel of Life is also going to rout in front of Ikit. I don't know where all this Bretonnian balance of power is coming from. I guess these are just Skaven slave spears. As Knights of the Realm are running out here, if Enri joins them, then yeah, they can rally these archers and this is fine. I'm surprised he's not trying to rally his Damsel. That seems a little more important. These peasant archers, but whatever. It's fine. Charges into them. Gonna tear out him immediately, and now he has archers. That's a Skaven slave spear. Those are all Skaven slaves. So we have an almost dead Ixcha's Triad, an almost dead Ikit Claw, almost dead Warp Grinder, versus a pretty healthy Peasant Bowman, almost dead Knight of the Realm, almost dead Enri. The Damsel with 40 speed is currently outpacing Ikit's 70, because Ikit's getting hit by his own units. And now, for sure, Enri needs to come out here and bail. Yeah, Damsel Life is back. She's got to Earthblood herself. Or something. She Earthbloods Enri. Okay, I mean, sure. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ixcha's Triads are taking damage from the archers. And yeah, Bretonnia's going to fucking win this game. Dude, I hate Skaven. I hate Skaven right now. They're so fucking bad. They're so bad! Oh, I hate it! Why is my favorite faction dog shit? Why? Why are they so bad? Knights of the Realm charging the Skaven slaves. Actually, those are clan rats. They do get to the Poisoned Globes they're actually aiming for. Ikit is going to get a rear charge on them, though, so we might rout this Knight of the Realm. That would be actually a pretty big win for the Skaven at the point in the game we're in. Just getting rid of those extra Knights of the Realm so you can 1v1 Enri. If you have enough Winds of Magic for an Overcasted Cleansing Ruin, Skaven can win this. Undercasted, I think it's not enough, but it would be nice. We'll see what Winds of Magic he has. He has used a lot of Howling Warp Gales and Cleansing Ruins, so I don't know where he's at. Yeah, he has enough for an Overcast. Takes a little bit of Overcast damage, and then he's running away. Gets rear charged by Enri. He's trying to get back to his Skaven slaves, but those guys will just rout on contact. Yeah, there they go. Enri is trying to kill Ikit. Ikit's trying to get away. Takes big damage from Enri. He does rout, and he army losses. Very good game, but I'm so sad this game lost. Do you have a time planned for the NA tournament next week? No, I do not. Not yet. I usually plan that Sunday, Dog Ruler. There will be one next week. I know on my channel it looks like I did 2 EU in a row, but Tequila Sunset hosted the NA one for us last week because I was moving to a different house, so I literally couldn't. For Hellion, 3,200 value onto Ikit Claw. Warp Block Gisele's also got an impressive 1,300. Other than that, Warp Grinders did okay. Ixcha's Triads got 1,800 value. Rat Ogres got a huge value, 1,400, 900, 700, and 750. And then Poison Globes also got pretty big value, but the Wolf Rats getting deleted right away was rough. And of course, you're fighting a healing faction, so even though almost everything you had paid for itself, you need to pay for yourself 1.5 times. Hey, Little Trill, it's been a bit. Lewin did fine. Henry did great. Grail Knights did really, really well, despite I thought they just got murdered by Poison Globes, but I guess not. The Knights all did pretty well. Archers spent most of their game running away, and then the front line of Bretonnia got rolled. Damn, dude. Damn. You hate to see it. You hate to see the Skaven lose. We've only cast one Bahrain game today, so I'm going to cast that one. I'm going to do it. We can't skip our boy Jay. We can't skip. Well, okay. We just watched Pasha versus a different Lizardmen. I will cast this one. But I might cast it on ×2 speed. I might. You can't stop me. What are you gonna do? Come through the internet? Punch me in the stomach? Don't do that. Don't punch me in the stomach. You can go to hell. You don't punch a guy in the stomach, Bobby. Bob's Burgers. Don't feed a guy a sponge. Okay, Power Chan versus Pasha. For Pasha, we have pink and blue fire on his caster. I think he literally took the same build versus the other Lizardmen. Blue Horrors of Tzeentch, the Sour Guts. Other pink Horrors of Tzeentch, the Golden Griffin of Theurgy, some Zongors, and Aspiring Champion Arwar, the Severed Claw. On the other side, we have Tehennowin again with Pan's Petrol Pelt and Flockadoon. Ooh, Pan's Pelt might be uniquely bad versus Tzeentch. Yeah, it gives physical resistance, which literally every Tzeentch unit does magic damage, so whoops. Then we have Kroxigors, Feral Cold Ones, Saurus Warriors, a Rev Crystal, and some Skinks. It's funny that two different players came up with almost like the same build. Champions League games tomorrow. Wait, Champions League game? Or what Champions League? Of what? What sport? What are we talking about, Phil? Phil from Spain, you have to explain yourself. ×3 speed as these two armies meet up. Dun 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 dun. Blue and pink fire hit the skinks. Dun 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 dun. Crocos run into their death because there's a bunch of Silverclaw there. Dun 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 dun. Giant sunbeam barely breaks the barriers, and then the Lizardmen are getting shot. Say goodbye to the Lizardmen. Kroxigors are in. Kroxigors getting little meteorites of blue and pink fire in their face. They're enjoying it. They're loving it. Loving life. As Feral Cold Ones and Cold One Spear Riders getting deleted by Centaurs of Tzeentch, the Golden Griffin of Theurgy, and Shrieking Skyrays. A lot of skinks are also dying. It's a horrible massacre of Lizardmen bodies. Oh, God. Rev Crystal was healing someone. What were you healing? Who were you healing? Where is this? What's going on? I don't know who it was healing, dude. I don't know. I've lost all track of what's going on here. So it seems like it's still a bad time to be a lizard man. Ooh, that was huge. Big ol' flock of doom. Big ol' flock of doom. What did it hit? It hit 4 units with an overcast flock of doom. Nice pink fire down the line of the Saurus Warriors, though, while they're still getting shot by the blue horrors. That's good. A little consistent damage. It's not like any burst damage, not Pit of Shades crazy or something, but it's good. It's good. We take those. Tzeentch has dominated the mobile game, and they are now coming to reap their reward by rear charging the front line at some point. Meanwhile, a blue fire hits Tehennowin and some of his Kroxigor pals. Zongors are routing away for now as pink horrors continue to stand and fight. Skinks and Saurus also not feeling too good as the aspiring champions Arwar just kind of just run up to these fools and start halberding them in the mouth. Sour Guts clumping up to get hit with their own bolt of change. A little bit of friendly fire there. And the Saurus stand next to Tanny, doing their bestest. What is this? Oh, it's the bound Golden Hounds from the Golden Griffin. Yeah, that's nice. That's a good route. Some blue horrors are fading away, but overall, Lizardmen are definitely getting the shorter end of the stick. Wake at midnight with an early shot to college, came for the mice, stayed for the Tzeentchian fireworks. Nice, Kvonk. Quonk. Coolunk? I don't know. We did our best. In comes a pink fire, followed up by a crazy giant sky laser. Crazy giant sky laser. Do you have epilepsy? You should probably look away, but it's too late for that now as it deletes a pink whore and then almost another bit of a blue whore. Yes, there goes the blue whore. That's a 2-for-1 special over here at Tzeentch's crazy graphics card warehouse. Come by your crazy lights. They're all deadly, but increasingly so. Still no Rev Crystal stuck, fighting the Severed Claw. I've seen this movie before a couple times. It ends with a dead Bastiladon Rev Crystal. Another Flock of Doom over all these guys as the Sour Guts get close to actually demonic instability crumbling. Say goodbye to them. The Lizardmen are actually coming back on the balance power a little bit. Can they do it? No. But can they? No. But maybe they can. They can't. Rev Crystal's about dead. Saurus Warriors are gone. Leaves just a couple Saurus Warriors hanging out next to Tehennowin. Kroxigors think that they get to rejoin the fight. They do not. They will get intercepted between then and now by a bunch of flying manta rays. I promise you that is what's going to happen. Another pink fire all the way up the line, hitting all these Saurus, and wow, this okay. They got to a fight, but it wasn't the one that they were anticipating. Shrieking Skies went after some skinks instead of them. Do they get to fight? They gotta swing. They all gotta swing once. That counts as a fight. There you go. There you go, I was wrong. But step right up the Golden Griffin's back onto some skink coats. Sora Spears might rout away. They are not ITP. They're just dinosaur men. They're not dinosaur ITP men. I don't know what's happening either. I am very, very tired. So you get what you get, and that's the best I can do. Feral Cold Ones diving back in. The Shrieking Sky Ray is like literally full HP, still half barriers. Don't even care. They don't give a single shit about what's going on. I feel like Pasha's really good at playing with that specific unit. Lizardmen are routing in every direction besides to Hennyman. He throws down Pan's Penetrable Pelt for that physical resistance. That will not matter, but the melee defense and speed is pretty good. He joined Hennyman's rockin'. Hennyman's trying. He's actually done pretty good this matchup. 2,600 value is not bad at all. It's the rest of the roster that is wrong. Another gigantic Flock of Doom onto 3 units, though this time it is hitting the Golden Griffin, which doesn't care as much about that sort of thing. Lizardmen are routing in every direction. We do have some Croc scores rejoining the fight, lumbering through the hills. Croxy goes. Into Henny Zenny is chasing some blue horrors around. Without healing, can Tehenuin take the rest of this army? Kinda, maybe. The Severed Claw are his biggest problem, and they're not feeling too great. Mr. Teufel, how dare you. Crocscore is getting intercepted by the Shrieking Sky Rays again. Since the Shrieking Skies are flying, they got the charge on the Crocscores, which should be a pretty good deal for them. Flock of Doom tries to help out, but Tehenuin is stuck fighting Severed Claw for now. Decides to say screw it. Goes for a rear charge onto the Shrieking Sky Rays, but in comes downhill charge from the Centaurs. Oh my god, the Crocscores are gonna rout! There comes a big blue fire down the line. Oh my god, it hit the Centaurs a little bit. Oh Jesus Christ, who's gonna win this one? There's a terror out in for the Crocscores. Tehenuin is all alone. Can he do it? Can Tehenuin do it? Can he hold any longer versus all these things that are surrounding him? No, he can't. He's definitely gonna die, but I can keep pretending that he's gonna win. Until army losses takes him. God damn it, it's a surprise. Crocscores the coolest looking unit in the game? Yeah, Crocscores are sick. Super sick. Severed Claw and Tzeentch are doing great again. Pink and Blue Horrors did fine. Zongors got rolled, and that's it. For Power Chan, Tehenuin did great. Tehenuin did very, very well. Crocscores did not. Don't look at the Crocscores. They did not do very well at all. Feral Cold and the Saurus Warriors fell a little bit short, so did the Cold One Spear Riders, and so did all the Skinks. Basically, only Tehenuin did anything. Plus the Healy Heal Dino. It did some Healy Heals. Oh god, there's more Lizardmen. Oh god, it's Tehenuin again. Why is this happening? What have I done to deserve this fate? But it's J! We can't skip J. Every time I see that replay, I want to skip it, and then I see it's J. But it's more Lizardmen and it's more Dwarves, which we cast a lot of, and those are two naturally slow factions. But it's J. We can't skip J. I'm going to skip J for now, but we can't skip J. We'll come back for J. Beastmen versus Wood Elves. I also need a break from Tzeentch, so we're going up here. Beastmen versus Wood Elves. It's Bahrain versus Zoom. Zoom be zooming. Lizards don't feel that busted if you don't get a Slon. True, Shiggy Diggy, but Slons are by far like the best lord in the whole game. How's it poppin', my lolgangers? Hey, Galactgear. Bahrain versus Zoom is up. Galactgear, I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. How you doing, man? I hope you're doing great. Oh, that's a Vanguard play. Normally I would pause it and cast the builds, but we aren't in a pausing mood, ladies and gentlemen. That's a bunch of Centaurs. Centaurs throwing X's, Butchers, Calvin Guard, ROR, Minotaurs with shields, and then another Minotaur with shields. We have a Trader King Caster and a Doombull with Barbed Knuckle Boxing. Then some Ungor Raiders and Harpies on the other side for the Wood Elves in their mass Vanguard play. We have Durthu, a whole bunch of Dryads, a Life Caster with Regrowth and Earthblood, Eternal Guard, the Enigmas of Gyron, Zotes, and then 2 Deepwood Scouts, the Wardens of Sithril, Wildwood Ranger ROR, and some Glade Riders up in the Vanguard. Sword of Daith is down from Durthu. Does he have Flock of Doom? He does not. He does not. It was a Curse of Honor here that he's leaving behind. But Durthu's taking a lot of damage. He's not enjoying this. He's getting Barb Knuckle Box? Barb Box Knuckle Box Barb. You know what? You heard it. That's fine. Durthu's getting slammed right now. This little guy doesn't care about nothing, ever. And something's happening right here. It is a Traderkin on top of Durthu and his Dryad, so that's not going well at all for the Wood Elves. What's going a little bit better is this top engagement. Centaurs are stuck fighting the Enigmas of Gairon, who come out of the trees and do a big old surprise. Centaurs will rout away soon enough, but I don't think it matters. I think the Beastmen are super happy with what's going on down here. They're routing off the Dryads already. Durthu's already almost dead. Unless he gets a regrowth mega stat, he's dead as hell. Quick little Earthblood's going to keep him up. Doombull, I don't expect they'll take that lying down. Get out there. Get out there. Get his ass, Doombull. I won one game and you showed the ones I lost. Zoom, we have cast so many of your games today, Zoom. Zoom! We're trying. Also, did you send me the game you won? Because I'm casting things people sent me. I cast what was put in front of me, Zoom. I'm not psychic. I can't go and find everything, Mr. Zoom Man. Alright, the Beastmen, after beating up on all the Dryads and Durthu, are starting to move over here. The Wood Elves are still holding their position in the trees next to the white line. The Harpies are going to chase off some of their skirmish cav. Durthu's taking a lot of damage. He's taking big damage. And the Doombull is thinking about coming over here. He is seriously considering having words with you. Centaurs are throwing axes, getting a little bit arm-piercing fire into Durthu, but Durthu's tanking it up like a boss, and the balance power is about 50-50. Enigmas of Gairon are freed up to just run around and chase some stuff off, and Durthu could get an overcast of regrowth and be fine, so this actually could have all been a giant bait from the Wood Elves. Zoom, you're doing great, don't worry. It is looking like it's a bit of a bait. Durthu might get an overcast of regrowth like right here. There's a Sword of Daith down to hurt everybody, and they're sitting right in front of Deepwood Scouts. They're going to fire in on these Minotaurs. Oh my goodness. It's a disaster. Doombull has popped Barbed Knuckle Boxing again. He's pushing forward to keep trying to hit Durthu. Traderkin also hurts him a little bit, but there is no regrowth just yet. Where's the regrowth? Durthu needs it. Durthu's taking big damage. Where's the regrowth? Durthu thinks he's safe in the trees, but the Doombull is also a woodsman. He doesn't care. Lamentation of Despair's down the line actually hits a lot of Minotaurs, but for the love of God, get this man a regrowth. That's an Earthwood. That's not regrowth. It's fine, but it's not nearly enough. Durthu, 26 leadership. It was -1 just a second ago. He's holding for now, and in the distance, the Enigmas of Gairon are fighting a bunch of stuff. We don't care about that. We care about Durthu. That's all I care. Durthu is surrounded by Minos once again, needs his regrowth, but he's not gonna get it. He just gets Earthbloods over and over again. He's gone. He's fucking gone. The Enigmas also got destroyed on the low ground. What the hell happened down there? You could have seen it. You were busy just watching Durthu. I was busy just watching Durthu. You shouldn't do that. You should watch whatever we want to watch. Well, I don't know what that is. I'm not psychic. You're bad. Okay. That's you. That's what you sound like. So you know. Alright. Skirmish Cav for the Wood Elves, still pretty healthy, but so are the Skirmish Cav for the Beastmen. Deepwood Scouts are currently getting eaten alive and pushed off the map. The balance of power is turning in favor of the Beastmen. I would tend to agree. All the Wood Elves really have left is a couple Eternal Guard, and I guess they have their Lifecaster, who's above half HP, but not looking too good. Looks like Zoom concedes. Good win from Bahrain. Good job, buddy. Did great. Doombull did fine. Butcher's Calvin Guard did fine. Other Minotaurs did fine. Tradercaster did pretty well. Centaur's Throwing Axes didn't get much done. Centaur's Basic did fine. Archers and Harpies all did well. Actually, Harpies got rolled, but whatever. It's fine. For Zoom, who was zooming, Durthu actually got a lot of value. Deepwood Scouts didn't do very much, considering how long he kept them alive, just shooting at Minos and whatever. I wonder if they didn't have Fire at Will on or just weren't firing. Dryads, chilling. Eternal Guard did okay. They were Eternal. They were guarding. 2 games left. I'm feeling it. 4-hour stream after a different 1-hour stream, after running around town, learning the bus system in my new city. This is running out of energy. And here's Yashkov and Jay. I've kept saying I wouldn't skip it. I couldn't skip my boy Jay. And we won't. But it is going to be the last game. Because I'm casting this other one. It's 0. Let's fucking go. 0 back at it with the Changeling versus Parry Post on the Empire. Parry Post has the Hammer of the Witches. I'm already very concerned for 0. What Changeling did he bring? Did he bring Imric again? Don't bring Imric again. What is it?
Can she hang out with you?
Okay.
Okay.
No. No. Hazel!
Stay.
Hazel! Hazel, come here! You come here! You come here! Were you causing trouble? Were you causing trouble? My sweet little lady. Were you causing trouble? Everybody, we have had some new faces around. I would like to introduce you to Dog. Hazy Maze. Hazy Maze. Come here. Come here. Urgh. Who's my doggy? Who's my doggy? Who's this doggy? This is Hazel. She's nice. She's sweet. Who's a nice dog? Ooh. Who's a nice doggo? It's Hazel. Who's a nice doggy? Are you barking while your mother's trying to work? So she ditched you in the basement? Yeah, that's me. I did that. Hello. This is a good pup. This is a good puppy. Yeah, look at you being wistful. I wish I had thumbs. So I could play Norska. Okay. Let's focus up. Let's focus up. How does Mr. Cat like the new house? The cat actually loves the new house. Hazel was anxious for a few days, but then she got over it. But Ed, like, as soon as I let him out of his crate, he was like, "Oh, I live here? Oh, okay," and just got over it. Beard's floof. Quonk, that's pretty good. How old is she? She's 3 now. She's 3. For the game, though, we have Marcus Wolfhart with Focus Shot and Amber Bow, plus his net. We have an Amethyst Wizard with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech, a whole bunch of Halberdiers and Spearmen, Huntsmen, the Silver Bullets, Hammer of the Witches, Great Swords, and then Empire Knights. The only thing that might save Tzeentch here is that the Hammer of the Witches is on a really small map, as the Soul Grinder already takes out a model. For the Meatless Vortex Beast, he just got Hunter snared, but there was a Meatless Vortex Beast that's about to be dead. Sisters of Twilight is what the Changeling's form is. We have Blue Fire, a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, and then a bunch of pink and blue horrors with some Marauders of Tzeentch with spears on the sides. But second game in a row of Meatless Vortex Beast getting deleted as soon as the game starts. He's a little darker in the old house. The lighting here is better. The lighting here is much better. The Empire, realizing that there's no enemy cavalry for them to worry about, the Empire Knights are going to sally forth and harass the horrors to buy a little bit more time for the Huntsmen and Silver Bullets and stuff to shoot. Hammer of the Witches got just murdered, dude. Look at that. Look at that. 0 with the tech instantly kills the Hammer of the Witches. All 4 of their models are dead. They only got 300 value. Between his Blue Fire, the Soul Grinder, I imagine some horror support, and then the Changeling maybe throwing an arrow or 2 in there. That was nuts. I assume you have a video on the Thrones of Decay trailer? It was a live stream we did this morning. Yes, there's an hour-long live stream of watching it several times and talking about all these things. So yeah, go check it out. Go check it out, sir. Anyway, elsewhere, the Empire Knights that have sallied forth have done a lot of disruption, though they are taking a bunch of damage. Blue and pink horrors are no pushovers in melee, and they can actually trade back decently effectively. As we have already said, the Hammer of the Witches is down. For the Empire, their front line's also taking decent damage. But what is going well for them is the Huntsmen have been counter-firing this whole time, of course. Marcus Wolfhart and his Deathcaster are also doing decently well, and the Silver Bullets have stayed completely online. The Changeling has taken about half his HP. A lot of the horrors are either out of ammo or running out of HP, and the Soul Grinder Down to about 1/3 ammunition. He's throwing at greatswords right now. He probably just needs to throw at Marcus Wolfheart or the Amethyst Wizard. Soul Grinders are much better at sniping out single entities or artillery pieces than they are throwing at, like, infantry. Even clumped up infantry isn't really worth their time. I think we're going to see the same with the blue fire that's coming in. It really just doesn't do that much damage to infantry anymore after all the nerfs. So it needs to focus on just single entity sniping. Huntsman still firing away, happy as can be to trade with these pink horrors. Their spread formation helping them quite a lot here. Where's the Changeling? The Changeling has reverted to his normal form and lands to wander into the woods and stay safe. Just doesn't want to die, but the Silver Bullets are after him. This could actually spin into a good thing for Tzeentch if the Silver Bullets are distracted trying to chase the Changeling, if the Changeling just runs away. Another blue fire is down, poking at Marcus Wolfheart, gets good damage out. Soul Grinder is now throwing at greatswords. He really needs to not be doing that. He did so well versus the Hammer of the Witches, but now he's just like throwing at greatswords and doing meh damage. Spirit Leech Caster is running after the Changeling. If he gets one overcast on the Changeling, that'll probably kill him, because Changeling has demonic instability crumbling when he's in his normal Changeling form, right? Yeah, he's demonic. So overcast Spirit Leech should get him low enough. There it is. Yeah, he's getting Spirit Leech right now. Called it. Vortex Beast is back in the fray, but if the Changeling dies, which, oh wow, we got to 2 leadership in the woods at 184 health. Anyway, if he dies, that would take this pink horror, that would take the Vortex Beast, that would take this other pink horror with him, just because their leadership would dip so much that they'd all crumble. But he managed to hold for now. It doesn't look like it's going to matter too much, though, as the Mutalith just shatters anyway. Marcus Wolfheart uses a quick net on the Soul Grinder. Still has 2 shots on the Soul Grinder, but not enough to do anything. Like, all the single entities are too healthy that the Soul Grinder wouldn't kill them. Zoom, for future reference, where to drop my replay, just DM it to me directly. DM it to me directly, Zoom. Blue fire is out from the Iridescent Horror as he pokes some more Spearmen and Greatswords. Changeling is an interesting pick. Yeah, Zero is just a legend that does whatever he wants to at any moment in time. The Changeling officially dies, though, as the Amethyst Wizard went over there and dealt with him for real this time, and that is going to take some pink horrors out of the equation. Soul Grinder is trying to duel with Marcus Wolfheart, but it's just going to get shot by the Silver Bullets. We're still full HP. That'll be GG. Well played, lads. Well played. 1 game left in the stream, and it has been built up all day long. Now, I have received several DMs about the upcoming replay as I scroll through the values over here. I've been told that this game between Yashkov and Jay comes down to the last melee attack to determine who lives and who dies. And it's a Dwarf Warrior that gets down to 3 models versus a Skink that gets down to 5. Like, I just, like, DM it directly to you. Gala, so yes and no. Yes and no. So to answer the question here, okay, so people have been asking me this. On our Discord, left screen, we have replays for casting, where you can send any replay at any time for me or one of our other Warlock engineers, streamers. Dav Plays pulls from here sometimes. Tequila Sunset pulls from here sometimes, I believe. Old Omen, Dreaded Saurian Enjoyer. Like, any of our streamers that are around pull from this. Indie Pride pulls from this sometimes too. So this is general, I want my replay cast on somebody's channel. If you are a newer player and you want to get advice on your builds and stuff, we have this Replays for Coaches tab. But this has nothing to do with streaming. This is people will watch your replay and tell you what you did wrong or right. And then for tournaments, just send it to me on Discord in a DM. For the tournament that I am casting, replays that are getting cast for that tournament specifically. Don't just send me random replays at, like, the dark of night. That's not a great idea. So, yeah. Replays for casting is general. I want this cast on someone's YouTube channel somewhere. Replays for coaches, I want advice on this. DM me if it's tournament related. Last game of the day. Like I said, this comes down to 5 skink models versus 3 dwarf warriors. This shit is close, all right? This shit is close. If you're thinking about leaving, fucking don't. If you have work in the morning, you gotta go to bed, that's too bad. Because you're not gonna miss this game. This is the best game of the night. That's why I've been building up and leaving it for the last one, is they both messaged me. They're like, listen, look at this game. It's the best game of the whole thing. And they said, Yashkov and Jay, they told me. They were like, you should cast this separately. You should do a whole stream with just this replay. I said, dude, I can't do that. That's irresponsible. But I will put it as the capstone of this stream. Changeling might work as Scar, Snicker, Morgar. Yeah. Alright, let's go. For the Lizardmen, we have Tenuin yet again, Flockadoom, Wisdom's Wild Form, and then his Sky Laser. A whole bunch of Croc scores, one of which is the Cord of Waddle. Then we have Red Crested Skinks, regular old Skinks, a Rev Crystal, and then some Feral Cold Ones and Ripperdactyls. For the Lizards, not the Lizards, the Dwarves, the exact opposite of Lizards. We have a bunch of Dwarf Warriors, Minus Blasting Charges, Dragonback Slayers that are dodging a Sky Laser as we speak, some Quarrelers, Iron Drakes, 1 Flame Cannon, Thoric Ironbrow, and more Slayers. Miners with Blasting Charges chucking into the Cohort of Waddle on their way in, but they probably should have thrown at the Skinks instead. Dragonback Slayers are attacked by Croc Scores, who are already getting a Rev Crystal, but they're on fire, so they're receiving reduced healing, and oh boy, they're having a bad time fighting those Slayers. Slayers love fighting Croc Scores. Flame Cannons teeing off, though, and it looks like Yashkov's front line is in a bit of disarray. You already have Skinks routing. Croc Scores routing, too. Can the Lizardmen even hold? The Rune of Speed is out for these Dwarf Warriors, giving me a little more melee attack. Minus the Blasting Charges fighting against these guys, but Tenuin's currently a little AFK. Tenuin needs to get in there. Needs to get involved, and right now it's looking very Dwarf favored. In comes a big Flock of Doom, hits a whole bunch of units. It's good. It's good damage. Good stuff. Skinks are trying to fight with Dwarves. These Dwarves continue to just club down on some Lizardmen. It's looking real scary for the Lizardmen right now. This is going bad. It's going real bad. Cord of Waddle in the back line, but... Oh, okay, those are Dwarf Warriors, they're not Slayers. I was like, if these are Slayers, then say goodnight to your Cord of Waddle friends. Iron Drakes firing away at the, still on a Rev Crystal. I'm a little more worried about their friendly fire than any amount of damage they'll do to a Rev Crystal, though. Rev Crystal doesn't care about Iron Drake fire. I mean, Trollhammer torpedoes it with, but not regular Iron Drakes. And, God, what's going on with the balance of power? This looks like the Lizardmen are just getting destroyed right now. Flame Cannons fight against the Cord of Waddle. The Cord of Waddle should be able to shut them down soon, and then Tenuin is trying to chase around the Iron Drakes. I wonder if these Feral Cold Ones can come in and swoop these guys up with their armor piercing. Looks like not so far, and these Croc Scores are left to their own devices, but do we have a Flock of Doom or a Sky Laser to clean up this blob? Anybody? Oh, Flock of Doom over here. Another good target. I mean, still hitting like 3 or 4 units. There's the Sky Laser to clean up the blob. Does he dodge? Don't you dodge, Jay. Don't you dodge. We need this. Just let us have it. Oh, Sky Laser! Did you say Thoric Ironbrow? Not High King Thorgrim? That's going in the book. It's not Thorgrim. It's Thoric. I looked. I don't believe this game. Jay, what? Jay, what? You're in this game. How can you not believe it? It happened. You were there. Don't fake news me. Don't you fake news me. Wisdom's Wild Form's out on Tenuin. Give him some more stats. Give him some more armor. The Dwarves are starting to tear out. The Lizardmen, second verse, same as the first, seems to be going okay, but that's going to be a really big Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Thoric hits 3 Skinks in a row. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this comes down to a Dwarf Warrior with 3 models and a Skink with 5. You think I'm kidding, but it's going to be there. It's going to be there. Just you wait. Another big old Flock of Doom punishing these guys, but Tenuin is taking a lot of damage from fighting Thoric and these Slayers. That's going to be really bad for him. He needs to back off so the Bastildon can maybe get him some healing at a different point in time. The Skink's holding on just long enough to keep routing these miners, though, and can they chase all the Dwarves off? Or can Thoric and the Slayers really hold? We still have some decently healthy Slayers, and there's a Rev Crystal. And the Dragonback Slayers aren't around to reduce the healing of Tenuin right now, so he's going to get the full effect from the Dragonback Slayers. Dragonback Slayers still fighting against all these Skinks. Thork and the boys fighting it out. We still have some Dwarf Warriors fighting here. We still have some Slayers fighting in here. And Riperdactyl Riders and the Khorne are getting danger low. And we know there's not a Rev Crystal heal for them right now because it literally just went down to Tehenowin. And Thork is trying to beat up on Tehenowin. Slayers around him getting down there in models. Only about 10 of them left. It's enough to keep helping out as another Flock of Doom hits the area. Thork's going after him. Is Thork on foot? No, he's on his anvil. Why hasn't Tehenowin been taking damage whenever he casts? That's weird. Maybe he has been. Thork is now completely surrounded by Stooges. And Dwarf Warriors are trying to come back as Tehenowin runs through them. What's this? It's a Rune of Speed for just Thork, giving him 69 melee attack. Nice. And you still have 15 Slayers fighting against Crocscores as all of a sudden the Court of Waddle and all these Feral Coldlands and stuff are routing. And Iron Drake's coming back. Iron Drakes could be clutch. Considering how late in the game it is, their leadership debuff on burning stuff is huge. Quarreler's firing up and over the top. This is a big turn for the Dwarves. Balance power slightly in their favor, and I would agree. Rev Crystal somewhere for something. It's for Tehenowin. Tehenowin's doing fine. Quarreler's still trying to fire. They're firing at Tehenowin. The Dwarves should probably clean up all this extra shit around the map right now, and then just deal with Tehenowin later. There's the burnt debuff. It routes Croxagores and Feral Cold Ones. Almost routes the Riperdactyls, but they rally in time to charge. But yes, they get hit with it. They're going to burn. The Quarrelers need to stop and shoot at them, though. Quarrelers! Quarrelers, stop and shoot at the Riperdactyls. Don't just walk into them. No, Quarrelers! No! Thork's fighting back against the Rev Crystal. He's still beating its ass. He does have Dwarf Warriors helping him out nearby. No, Quarrelers! They walked into their doom! Doesn't Tehenowin have an anti-miscast item? No. No, you lied. Anyway, Quarrelers do manage to save themselves from the forces of the Riperdactyl Riders, but now there's Skinks, now there's a Rev Crystal. They got Terror out it. They're running away. And what can dwarves do against such reckless lizards? There's too many! Dwarf Warrior's still trying to fight Tehenowin. And Thorik's under attack. Red Crested Skinks route. These things have got to start shattering. Yeah, there goes one. I swear Lizardmen have routed like 700 times, so they're going to start shattering any second now. Why am I getting a bunch of messages? Leave me alone. Don't talk to me. Just don't do it. Rune of Doom. Thorik causes fear, though so do all the Crocscores surrounding him, so they're really not that worried about it. Rev Crystal healing on the Court of Waddle. Thorik is getting beat up real bad. And he gets a Rune of Speed, too. 93 melee attack. He ain't gonna miss if he ever swings. Meanwhile, Dwarf Warriors hanging in there as best they can, but a Flock of Doom plus Crocscore should be able to finish them off. Can Thorik route literally everything in the whole map? As his leadership gets lower, my heart is telling me no, as one Crocscore does shatter. Rev Crystal still fighting with him. Takes a nasty shot, but Crocscores get a rear charge onto Thorik. Wiston's Wild Form is out. And there is army losses. It was a close game. It was a close game. Thorik with the power of the heavens, 1700 value for him. The Slayers all did very, very well. Iron Drakes and the Flame Cannon did fine. Quarrelers and Quarrelers are great opens, that alright. And then Dwarf Warriors and Miners did pretty well. Alright, Yashkov. Croxagore ROR did fantastically. Croxagore Regulars did okay. Tehenowin, 2,200. 1,000 on the Riperdactyls. Healy thing didn't get a lot of value, but it healed a ton of things. So that's GG. Lizardmen healing 2 strong. Where's the Duel of Fates? I lied so you wouldn't leave. I lied so you people wouldn't leave me. Is that so wrong? Is that so incorrect that people might not want to hang around and watch more Total War Warhammer with me? Turin's playing Dune right now, but that's not Warhammer 3, so I'm not going to raid him. PZA Total War. Reacting to the ogres, the trailer of things. But he has subscribers only mode. I can't raid some of the subscribers only mode. This guy doesn't have subscribers only mode. Okay, I can raid them. I'll allow it. Does he have rating turned on? Let's see. Redirect. Boom. Nope, doesn't have rating turned on. Fuck it. Guess I'm not rating anybody today. Fine, I'll raid him. I'll raid Turin. You want me to raid Turin? He's playing Dune. He's not even playing Warhammer. You want me to raid Turin? I can raid Turin. Let's do it. Let's do it. No. No. I'll raid him, because you're all yelling. Just because you're yelling. Turin doesn't have rating turned on! What the fuck? Why? Why does nobody let me raid? Well, if we can't raid, then what do we do? Because people are just gonna leave now. Dude, I don't know. No one has their rating turned on. Can I raid myself? Can I raid my own content? Hold on. I'm gonna go find like the oldest. I'm gonna find the first video I ever posted, and I'm gonna raid that. Queek Stab, yes, yes, 2 years ago, 101 views. Can I raid my own content? No matching results! You go to hell! You go to hell, no matching results. I happen to know this is a matching result because I'm on YouTube right now. Whatever. We'll do the original raid. The original raid is just watching it all together as a family. What was Human Boy's first video? Recording something tonight was honestly pretty salty because today was the day of the test tournament to test how streaming would go, and my stream crashed a bunch, and that made me a very sad rat. All right, he's depressed. So I think I figured out some of the settings. I don't know, but we'll have to find out, and unfortunately finding out the hard way. Because when I did all my testing, it worked fine, but then the actual tournament, it lasted for 30 minutes, then crashed, so. He's got an echo. Pretty tragic, my dudes. He says my dudes, what a fucking loser. We will endure. So we're loading up on the Dragon Isles, a pretty weird map. I picked Skaven, my opponent picked Chaos. And I got a little treat for you, taking Queek Head Taker and triple Rattling Gun. Oh, you sweet soul. Fun. You're still taking Queek. Probably going to get destroyed. In which case, this will not end up on YouTube because I cannot let the public know that I can be defeated. As you all know, I am a perfect player. Oh, Warhammer 2, it hurts my eyes. Back up. So, what are we looking at? 606, I have exactly 1500. Oh my god, dude. I have fond memories of Warhammer 2. This is ugly as shit. Sigbold. I'll say that. Warhammer 3 is a very pretty game compared to this. Later. Alright, slaves, take your position in the front. Look at those wolf rats! Look at the wolf rat banners! That's so terrible! Because those are cowards. They don't even look like banners. It just looks like they took a shot of the 3D models and just like put that there. What the fuck? Very honorable. Yes, yes. Drop skirmish mode, guard mode. I'm gonna put the teeth breakers off to one side because they go visible, just in case I want to position them to fight skirmish cav. The dogs in the trees, they don't need to know they're there. And we are good. Alright, this is cringe. How long does it go on? Ah, get the damage in! Oh, we're losing. Everybody's running. No. No, quick fight. Okay, Quick might actually have this. Fight, you cowardly minion. Oh, shit. Fight. Oh, no, the council guard are dying. Queek does want this. Queek's gonna get it. Swing, you abomination. The audio quality is so much worse. Swing. Yes. Yes, do your damage. Holy shit, he's gonna get it. Do your damage. Holy shit, he's gonna get it. Yes. No, don't break, please. No, Queek, don't break. You're doing so good. So well. Get the hero. Get him. Holy shit. No, Queek, you stupid fuck. No, he's too... Oh, I got terrified. GG. That was fun, though. I had a good time. 101 views. I'll drop a like. We could just go to the turn stream. Yeah, I can't officially raid you there, so it doesn't pop up and give me credit. It doesn't pop up and tell Turin that I'm a good boy. It just goes without anything. What do you want? Why are you being all so sassy? Hazel's being grump. Where did that guy go, Lil Trill? That was always me. This was always me too. I was always hateful and garbage. Was your settings pretty low back then? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I did at the start. I was literally talking about my computer crashing during live streams. Maybe my settings were all low. Okay, enough stalling. Goodbye, everybody. It was a fun stream. Hope you had a good one. Like and subscribe, or don't. Do whatever you want to do. But also, if you don't subscribe, then the channel continues to flounder, and then I stop streaming, and then I fade away, and then 2 years from now, you're like, I wonder what happened to Human Boy, and then you check in on me, and I haven't made a video in 2 years, and you're like, well, why did he stop doing it? No one subscribed. His channel had no growth. He wasn't making any money. It was all a waste of time. But why did he stop doing it? Yeah. Yeah. Makes you think. Makes you fucking think.